Because coffee is a necessity in these trying times.
Reactor online. Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
How about now?
Reactor online. Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
Bear with me, friends. Can you hear me? I'd love an 07 if you can hear me. I think I fixed it.
Reactor online. Sensors
You can hear me,
online.
Clem Fandango.
Weapons online. All
Yes.
systems nominal.
Can you hear the sweet jams playing behind them? So yeah, all of you. What ho, good morning, hello. A train's already happening. I'm trying to fix things. What's an aluminum falcon?
Reactor online. Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
I'm hecking melting. Help.
Hello, baby boy. You wanna come help? Alright. Now we're back! Alright. So, Bacon, thank you. You already started a train. We've been going for like a minute and change, not counting tech problems. Hinder with 46 months, Megaboss with 3, Baron Ransack with 26 months, Kaiba with 32 months, and then Straight, and Bacon, and Kaiba, get to the
I was
boat!
kinda hoping for a mind dab train.
Not today! Though you would have seen me have a great big ugly toddler cry if I hadn't been able to get the mic working. And Vanderbeest, thank you for filling the pint glass. And get to the boat, it's fine. I ran it under the cold tap. Wow. And Stooges Yalden lasted 2 seconds. All hail Jarl Kaimball. Although yeah, I think we'll decide upon the Jarl at the end of the train. I think that's the correct one. Friends, I've missed you. It is good to be back. I'm feeling much better. The general consensus is I just ran myself into the ground over the last few weeks, and it hit like a freight train.
Reactor online. Sensors
Sunday?
online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
Sorry to hear you've been ill. Take care. Go to Mum's. Kill Phil. Grab Liz. Go to the Winchester. Have a nice cold pint. And wait for all of this to blow over.
Yeah! Like I said, it's fine. I ran it under the cold
Welcome
tap.
back.
Which might be the most British line in the entirety of Shaun of the Dead. And Errman, it's good to be back, friend. I've missed you lot. I missed you lot. If you're wondering what I've been doing for the last 2 days, I've just been like hoofing food and water, sleeping far too much, and binging Attica, which is my current obsession as a game. Like, I meant no hyperbole, it might be the best shooter of the year. I'm now 22 hours in, and I've only played Zone Patrol. I've not played the campaign, and I've seen shit. I've seen shit you wouldn't believe. Like, it's the first time in a very long time, like, an FPS-based game has been able to surprise me good. Oh yeah, Bacon, I did make a surprise appearance in Fiona's stream by sad lying on the dog because I was feeling ill. But yeah, so I just racked up 22 hours on that game in the last couple of days. That is the only interesting thing I've done. Yeah. But yes, how are you all doing? Like, I don't have stories. I've just been feeling like hammered shite the last 2 days. I finished watching Future Man. I started watching the incredibly cheese-filled anime Overlord. I have not engaged with good media in any way, shape, or form. Oh, I did watch Prey, but I think I talked to you all about that, did I? No, that was... Jesus, how long has it been? By the way, Prey is amazing. It is entirely worth your time, and is possibly one of the best litmus tests for other nerds. Kymble says flipping UK's in Heatwave 2. No! The sequel's always worse! No! I will have a talk with the sun. And by talk, I mean fight it. And thank you all for welcoming me back. We're like a home train. I get to come on back and be like, choo-choo. No, seriously, all of you. Thank you. And Ehrman, I wanted to just say thank you again. You know why. Thank you. Yeah, so that's what's been going on with myself. I was feeling like hammered shite. And I'm well enough to hang out with your good selves. And Bacon, also hoping we don't get Heatwave Part 3, The Revengeing. I mean, we're okay here. Though our flats electrics cannot handle... If the AC has to work too hard, it's like we can't have anything else on. I don't think anyone's fuse box is supposed to make crispy sounds. Kybel says it's an EU-wide release. Feckin' hell. A European regional release of Heatwave 2, The Reheating. Still a better title than Hunt Showdown. Oh! So, I was thinking of things we could do today. Do you want to break some embargoes? you wanna get weird? Aaron says they're done with summer. I'm absolutely done with summer. I'm definitely missing that that South Island, like, New Zealand hoodie weather. It's just feeling sticky all the time. Just that general, like, overheaty grot. You know, you have a shower, you jump out of the shower, and 2 minutes later you're like, wow, cool. I feel like I'm still a gross-ass teenager. This is not fun. Okay. Bacon's saying here in the greater Seattle region, they're threatening thunder and lightning here, so Firewatch flag has been raised. Fiona saw some lightning while out and about earlier, so that was definitely interesting. Yeah, but don't worry, fellow creatures of the cold. Our time will come when everyone else is all like, "Oh, it's so sad and dark and winter," and we're all like lemmings running around like, "Fucking wee!" We get to have that moment. Anyway, so how is it going with your lovely selves? Aside from dealing with the great and hateful Daystar. Sorry, I'm gonna scream at someone over DMs. Give me rain and wind, or give me death. Yes, I'm a creature of long nights and big hoodies. Catastrophe meant I don't really like heat or cold. Give me the spring. Yeah. Kirazu's like, ooh, I need a nap. The great curse, friend. The great curse. Kaim was asking, how does one stop being addicted to Power Wash Simulator? I don't know. Try and binge it for 24 hours. Okay, though that could be a double-edged sword, because by the end of it, you may never want to power wash a thing again. Unless it fuels the fire. Oh shit, I need to send you all the, I need to show you all the gnome video. Eh. Okay, but seriously, all of you, it is lovely to see you, and I hope you're doing good. Quasi, Farron Ransack, who else has not had a proper hello from me? Snapperjam, did I say hi? Q0, what, old friends? Coming in. It is lovely to see you all. But like I said, I'm feeling way better. I'll probably be taking more breaks throughout the day, like just to make sure I'm staying hydrated. I'm staying I got those calories going in. Quasi finally got around to trying Cogmind a few nights ago. Okay. Does that ring a bell? Brain's still going slow. Oh, yes! Yeah, you're gonna have to tell me how that is. Because I've been keeping an eyeball. Oh, that's why I didn't get it. It's still in early access. And it's nothing against early access games, you know I support them. But it's kind of like, with early access titles, unless it's something that we can...
Reactor online.
Hey!
Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
Dramatic music plays the return of the Viking.
Fearless, how in the heck are you doing, friend? What? Oh, and welcome once more! Guess who's back? Benches! You know what? I'm gonna try to never say that again. That was terrible. So Quasi was saying on that one, it was Cogmind is designed like traditional roguelikes with the permadeath it recommends, but it does allow for quick saves and reloads. That's cool. Megaboss reinstalled League of Legends yesterday. It's still League of Legends. There was a fascinating article that went out about that today, and once again by Nathan. I need to start posting his stuff more on the news feed. Oh, Fearless, I'm sorry you're going through the ringer, friend. I'm sorry you're going through the ringer, friend. And I hope it all gets sorted. So friends, we're saying would recommend so far, still a bit early. 2 thumbs up. Unsure about streamability. Yeah. I mean, Quasi, were you there, Quasi, when we did, Duskers? The command line, roguelike, like drones going into like burnt out wrecks of old spaceships. Because that one is very intense, but I still feel like that one wasn't great for an audience. You know, I still think about you lot. The schedule for the week is still being done and will be posted this evening. I do have 2 things this week on the menu, though. I keep looking over to where the schedule would be, and it's down here because I haven't finished it. So Sea of Thieves on Friday is still happening, of course. But we're going to do a great big group puzzle game on Saturday. Saturday, for those of you in the Greater Seattle region, is the return of Sober. I'm going to be heading over to that in the evening, and Aperios has kindly asked me to host the intro with him at about, I think it was about 5 or 6. No, what time is it? Be around 6. Okay. So I was trying to think of things that we can do for like 4 or 5 hours and have a good time. Friends, we're finally doing it. We're going to be doing Cypher. Now, if you haven't seen it, Cypher is a cryptography puzzle game with increasingly complex puzzles in this bright white, clean, almost like museum environment. And I'd like to invite you all to cordially join us. M Hearts can be joining me on the line because they are also a puzzle fiend. But I figured if we all want to do this as a group thing, the game's like $5. So, yeah, the game is $5 on Steam. So if you want to do that as kind of like a group exercise on Saturday, like maybe we can all spread out and take different parts and stuff. Or it might just be a case of like myself and Em's kind of like going through it and you're joining us or what have you. But yeah, that's the current thing that we have on the docket for this week. And friends, next week is going to be a big one. So, feckin' we. Next week is going to be, have a look at the, so next Thursday, we're going to get Darren Korb back on the show. So the progenitus of Darren Korb mode and like legendary tier musician over at Supergiant will be joining us on Thursday the 18th. It's my birthday on Friday, and then I don't know what is going to happen on Saturday, Sunday, but there is a very high possibility that our friendo from Sea of Thieves will be joining us for an adventure. So it's gonna be a ride. It does mean there won't be Sea of Thieves on Friday because I want to hang out with all of you lot, like during the day, but there will be Sea of Thieves over the weekend. It's all on how hungover I'll be on Saturday. But yeah, we have a ton of stuff happening. Megaboss, I have played Thumper, yes. I played it both in VR and non-VR, and it's... You know what? It does kinetic speed mode very well. Kind was like, wizard birthday party? I haven't decided what I want to do. Again, I want to do something that we can all do together. So I'm going to look at like possibilities and whatnot. Should be fun. Should be fun. I kind of wish the competitive tic-tac-toe thing, the Noughts and Crosses multiplayer had more slots. Like, I didn't think we'd fill up 12 that quickly, but I feel like I need more. But yeah, so that's what's going down. We've got cool guests lined up. We've got a shit ton of stuff going on. And Admittedly, me being ill was kind of thrown this week for a bit of a loop. Catastros, it's no worry. I mean, I get to hang out with you loads. And in terms of what we're doing today, I have quite a few things. Hey! Uncle T, what, old friend? Hello, hello. How you doing? Though one of the things I am tempted to do, friends, I'm tempted to break embargo today. Somebody else already broke embargo on a thing that I've not really talked about, and I'm kind of pissed about it. But, okay, pissed is the wrong word. It's a game that I've wanted to share with you all that I think will kind of hit a lot of beats. Hell, one of my industry friendos hit me up over the weekend and was like, yo, do you know about this game? And I'm like, yeah, I've been secretly playing it over here. And they're like, oh shit, well I saw people on Twitch already playing it. And I'm like, Nani? Nani? So, it's not that I'm grumpy, but, fucking but, I'm very determined. Hang on, let me see if there's anyone actually like, because I went to check the other night, and someone was already streaming it. And I'm like, I'm sorry, what? I thought we weren't allowed, but okay. Get to the boat. I do believe this is one that you would like. Yeah, see, somebody's already streaming it. Shenanigans. So... yeah, so Ehrman, this was the accidental game key. So for those of you who don't know the story, when Witch Stranding's dropped, one of my PR contacts sent me a Steam key for it, but I was a bit loopy because there was so much going on. I redeemed the key and another game popped up. And I was like, huh? And they were like, oh, we're so sorry, we weren't meant to send you this. Here's your copy for Witch Stranding's. Like, this isn't ready to be shown just yet. And I'm like, okay, I'm gonna trust you. Well, okay, so Bacon Avenger, there's a difference between an NDA and an embargo. Ooh, it's time to talk about Games Press! Okay, so, Mega Boss, it is not Strange Scaffold's secret project. In fact, it is unrelated to Strange Scaffold. So, embargoes and NDAs are very different things. One's more enforceable than the other, but one will get you blacklisted faster. So the way this works is, if you sign an NDA, non-disclosure agreement, and you've legally said, I will not talk about this. Now, NDAs are quite hard to enforce. Hey! How in the hot heck are you doing, friend? What? Oh, and welcome! I was down ill for a couple days. I'm feeling better, so I'm talking about stuff and things. Cerebral's like, Games Press? Isn't that my juice press? I don't feel like it make good juice. And Uncle T, I'm sorry you're recovering from the bad though, friend. But, yeah, I hope it's smooth. At very least, I can provide a little bit of entertainment. Ket's keeping busy and enjoying the drizzle. Have we gotten the drizzle up here yet? Not yet. Maybe? Is that rain? It doesn't look like rain. No, we haven't got it yet. So I was just talking about the difference between an embargo and an NDA. So an NDA is actually a legal document. In video games, again, NDAs are pretty hard to enforce. It requires a lot of effort to take legal action against a person who breaks an NDA. And honestly, after a certain amount of time, just the industry as a whole just kind of goes, you know what, it's been long enough, no one cares. A lot of the times, NDAs exist longer than the companies that would be able to enforce them. We often joke about a thing called a friendia. And a friendia is when someone in the industry tells you something in confidence. And the thing is, those are much more enforceable. Now, embargoes. Embargoes are a different kettle of monkeys. Embargoes are a press element that is not legally enforceable. So an embargo is a friendo in the industry says, hey, we have this game coming up. It's Maflam for Flamp 7, the Repuntioning, or whatever. The embargo date is this day at this time. What that means is that everybody who gets access to Maflam for Flamp is agreeing that they will not post reviews or screenshots or any coverage until that time. The idea being is it puts everybody on an even playing field. It also means that you can give exclusives to people ahead of time, rather than the first person to get the key just goes. People break embargoes, sucks, and what tends to happen is those people then tend to be kind of PR blacklisted. What that means is they will not get, press keys in the future, they won't get early stuff, and they'll have to wait till punters. So it's not like your publication gets shut down. Those monkeys know what they did, Catastros. They know what they did. You've seen Planet of the Apes? Wow, that came out way darker than I intended. I obviously do not condone cruelty to apes. Cruelty to apes. Salen, we haven't talked about the Resident Evil horror bundle yet, but it's a banger. Just bringing up the link over here because you can see the white glare. But yeah, so embargoes have been a constant thing in the industry for a long time. And I mean, I think one of the more famous ones recently was before Bethesda was acquired by Microsoft. Bethesda basically blacklisted the Gawker Media team, so Kotaku and stuff like that. So it meant that they did not get preview keys, they did not get review keys. Like, they had to wait until the game came out like regular punters. Now, in an age of content creators and, idiots like myself, like, the weight of an exclusive has changed. It's worth more to different places and different outlets. So the kind of things... Yeah, you're right, Ken. Good thing those Bethesda games are notoriously fast to play. Now, if you want to keep talking about like the PR press angle and stuff. So yeah. Now, there are a bunch of reasons why PR teams will do this. Sometimes it can be because, again, the even playing field. Sometimes it can be because they're not 100% confident in the review build. Which is, I kind of think, the reason why... Sorry, bear with me just a second, friend, on the subject of PR. I am doing helpful friendos. Multi-track drifty potato. That's me. Sorry, bear with me just a second, friends. God, of course, everything happens all at once. That's what I get for trying to be...
Online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
46 months. Wait, a kettle of monkeys. What wild magic have you been playing at? Viking 64 will shark Kestra 5 little bear hugs toothy hugs. Oh. I see that you have your waffle master spell active. BTW, do you know how?
Oh no, I'm an absolute walking disaster, but how are you? Sorry, bear with me just a second, friends. I am so sorry. Okay, and breathe. No, seriously. Sorry. Thank you for 46 months. I worry some days that I do not spend enough time talking with all of your lovely selves, and that with everything, especially when it's moving like a mile a minute, we don't get to have the proper bantermancy, you know? But thank you all. And you know what, Uncle T, you're right. Right now, I'm not a walking disaster. I'm a sitting disaster. And occasionally, I just keep rolling. Because I got a rolly chair. I'm easily amused. But no, seriously. All of you, thank you. Okay. Apologies on that. Basically, a journo friend wanted to contact another friendo. Oh, bloody ha. Wraith. It's like if an assassin swapped out every knife and poison in their arsenal with terrible dad jokes, emerging from the shadows like Batman. Hello, easily amused, I'm Wraith, and then disappearing again into the darkness. Anyway, sorry, so jumping back in. So Aaron was just adding that embargoes help give time to sales as well. Oh, yeah.
Empty that cup.
Okay, you know what? The train's finished, so Uncle T, the Yaldom is yours. What will you do with this new power? And thank you for $5 in beats, mate. Like, seriously, thank you. Okay, so jumping back. Ehrman makes a good point that embargoes allow you to time coverage. So let's say you want to get all your ducks in a row for marketing. You're about to announce Maflam is... Ah!
Not empty enough.
Okay, apparently Professor Farnsworth took exception to the rule of Cerebral, aka Uncle T. And then Megaboss was also like, dagger. So Professor Farnsworth, thank you for $10 in bits, you feckin' legend. I mean, you've been here long enough to know that is literally what keeps our house going. Thank you.
The Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles,
And then Megaboss was
our
like,
reptilian heroes, have overcome the arch villain Shredder.
Scramble mode! Throwing 10 subs to the crowd, putting them at the top of the House Carl Hunter boards, and you managed to tag Plunge, the Crystallian, Ezekiel Dev, View from the Box, Utterly Adorable Drifter, Jupiter, Chill Factor Prime, Galatea Heaven Caller, which feels like a late game Final Fantasy summon, Soviet Muscati, and Lord Lost and Found. That's with some solid hunting there, friend. So cheers to you. As Uncle T says, and with my Yaldom, I shall immediately inspire an overthrow. You're all treasures. You're all treasures. Anyway, so TLDR. A bunch of people are breaking embargo on this game called... You know what? We can name it now. So the game is called Zero... Seviet? Fight song, you're too energetic right now. Jazzy boys, perfect. Yeah, all treasures, few of them cursed. See, the thing is, you can be a treasure and cursed at the same time. So this is the game in question, because feck it, let's just talk about it. It's called Zero Seviet River! I have already played, what, 2-3 hours of it? And it's fecking brilliant. Don't let the cute art style fool you. Basically, the team behind this has just produced a 2D single-player Tarkov game. It is incredibly It is incredibly hardcore, but with a lot of the stuff I disliked shaved off. So, yes, you do have, like, you know, energy. You do have, like, hunger, sleep, thirst, and things like that, but you're not going to die of thirst in 20 minutes. You know, after 4 or 5 runs, you might need to, like, you know, have a chug of water, go through it, but the other hook of it is that when you die, you basically restart before you went out on that run. So you lose what you would have gained in that space, but you jump back to just before you head off. A little bit of time's passed. And despite its cutie patootie art style, it's full on. It's seriously full on. Like I said, I played a chunk of it and it's feckin' great. At this point, there are bugs. Sometimes when loading into an area, it won't load the map and you're just stuck in kind of an infinite underground forest. But when it works, it pops off. And because of its top-down, limited vision scope, it creates, I don't know, it creates a tenseness that you would usually get with a multiplayer experience. But without having to deal with other people. And it's feckin' good. It's really feckin' good. And someone got sent a copy of this. I was like, oh, I'll stop playing it. And then I started playing it. I was like, pump this into my veins. And I've just been kind of sitting on it because, you know, the team behind it wanted to wait until, like, you know, they could do a big PR push and stuff. But, like, it's already being streamed. It has been... Someone was streaming it last night. A different person is streaming it today. So I don't know what's happened. I don't know if the PR people just forgot about me or the embargo is done or what have you. And Wolfgrad, I mean, firstly, Plateau. Second, yeah, there's some games that have a multiplayer component where you don't want other people. Like, okay, I understand that one of the elements of emergent narrative is the potential of the villain, the other. I don't usually like using that term because, especially in social sciences, the other is never a good conversation to be having. But in video games, the rogue player creates a situation where there is a threat that you can't necessarily gauge or understand. Cerebral's like, so like League of Legends? Yeah. But in some experiences, they're already so intense that adding other people doesn't necessarily, in my humble opinion, add to it. You know, I will admit the most fun I've had with Tarkov has been, you know, scav runs or taking all my cool gear and playing like the test mode against bots. God, that feels so fucking good. But there's already an intensity to playing those experiences. Now, we've talked a lot about this with Sea of Thieves. Sea of Thieves has other people in it. And there is an intensity towards having ship-to-ship battles. Now, your treasure's on the line. The other people are bearing down on you. What do you do? But the thing that makes Sea of Thieves so exceptional in that space is the amount of time between realizing you're in a multiplayer engagement and engaging. You have the chance, the choice, or potentially the option to make a plan and enact it whilst someone else is coming up on you. Honest Rogue says that permadeath creates stakes in roguelikes. It does. That's a different kind of experience because that's an understandable beat, right? What you will take with you and what you will lose whenever you suffer a fail state in a video game solo is usually nice and clear. You know, you all know I've been playing Attica obsessively for the last 2 days. Like I said, I've got 20 hours in that game already. And one of the interesting things about that is that you respawn at the start of that section. So it's not roguelike, you don't go back to the start, you don't lose everything, but you have to start that area again. And each time you restart, the dice are rolled. It could be worse, it could be better, things might be changed or moved. We're talking about games like, we're talking about emergent narrative games like DayZ, Sea of Thieves, Tarkov, Hunt Showdown. You know, games that, while they have a goal, the experience is the emergent narrative that happens from that space. You know what? The Cycle? That's another good one. Now, but Ultrazini, that's a very good point. In games like Cycle Frontier, like, combat's too fast to make educated guesses. And, I mean, Wolfgrad, it could just be because, you know, the Longship as a whole, we tend to be a little older than other, like, online groups. Most of us don't have the reaction speeds we used to. Like, there was a time when I was an upsetting monster at, like, Unreal Tournament Instagib or Quake 2 Rails. I had a long-standing rivalry with a guy from Eurogamer, but real life kept getting in the way. Anyway. Megaboss got jumped by 2 people in V-Rising. Yeah. So, and Rickja, how are you doing, friend? Watto and welcome. Rickja, are you coming to Sober on Saturday? I really need to start telling people we're going, just so I can start, like, dragging our contingent up. But anyway, so, one of the reasons why I've been talking about Sea of Thieves so emphatically is that you get the spice of being in a world with other players, but with enough time, theoretically, to do something about it. In moment-to-moment, like, board-to-board, gun the other person down, it can be very fast, it can be very snappy. But ship-to-ship combat, if you're keeping an eye on horizons, you can know when someone's coming up on you. I mean, maybe they get the drop on you while you're on an island. Maybe. You never know. Maybe they've seen you as you're coming up. You don't know. But it creates a situation where you can realize that you're in a multiplayer engagement and then make a choice. Catch the wind, sail out, head off into the Red Sea. You know, if they can't get your treasure, no one can. And during that, who knows what could happen? A fucking Kraken could show up, another player might come on in, you know, a skeletal galleon you can use for cover. There's a myriad of ways that you can react to that situation in a sensible amount of time. Whereas, especially games like Tarkov, you have to assume that you're always in somebody's crosshairs. Because there's a lot of times where you hear that clack, the screen goes dark. There's no, what did we call it the other day? There's no elasticity in multiplayer engagements. But there's an intensity in a game that already does, like, very, very realistic or very, very punishing gun combat. 07, I'm gonna need someone to tell me how to pronounce this one. But the game I've been talking about, because it is single player and 2D, well, so Megaboss, I don't want to use sponginess. Sponginess is often used as a detracting description for, like, combat mechanics. And we don't have a lot of good language when it comes to describing games and game mechanic feels. So I'm trying to think of something that's, yeah. Bacon says, you wouldn't believe, or you might, the amount of PvPers who get extremely salty over players red seeing. Let them die mad. Let their boat drown in tears. I don't give a fuck. Yo, remember the people who, that one night where I drank the Red Bull and we just embraced chaos? We just kept going after those Reapers just again and again and again. What was it they said? Like, we don't have any loot. We don't want your loot. We want your blood. I've also been incredibly partial to games that aren't afraid to be incredibly niche or incredibly hardcore in the single player space. Like, I don't know if you've all seen. Hero to the People Dan Jones has been playing Darkwood, Now, Darkwood is one of my feckin' favourite games, because despite being a top-down, pretty low-budget title, it has no qualms in being brutal and unforgiving. Like, it even says so in, like, the feckin' loading screens that, you know, take it slow, this game is not kind. So, with this particular title, hang on, I'll post it again for those of you who just joined us. With this particular title, like, it hits that feeling of being in a hardcore, like, shooty gun bang, post-apocalyptic survival, despite being the teeny tiny pixel art in this space. Wolfgrab was saying on the subject of the PvP as it gets salty, they tend to be the people who consider there to be a correct way of playing the game. Yeah. I'm still in two minds about Sea of Thieves PvP. Because there is another school of thought. Which is that when you remove the spice, the banality becomes apparent very quickly. Now, this was something that I experienced during the DayZ years. Now, I don't know how many of you played DayZ through its varying incarnations. I played it at that initial Rock Paper Shotgun article mod phase, like just before the worldwide explosion, and well before standalone was even discussed. And at that point, people were still learning each other. People would still use open comms and be like, "Hey, you friendly? Yeah, you friendly? Yeah." When you remove the spice, the banality becomes quite apparent. Yeah. Now, this meant that all player engagements were kind of like a little bit of a game of chicken. Who's going to blink first? Or who's going to clack the other first and steal their beans? And because of that, PvP quickly became, you know, if you see another person and you don't know them, better to shoot now and ask questions or to hide. Is anyone friendly in Cherno became a meme for a very good reason, because you walk around and be like, "Excuse me, is anyone friendly here?" Clack. Next person comes along. "Is anyone clack?" So, as the community learnt how vicious other people were, it grew. Now, I have tried playing DayZ in its initial conception, which was a survival game to be played cooperatively with friends. And the thing is, when it's just you and your friends playing together, working together as a team with no one else around, it becomes apparent very fast that there isn't a lot to the world. You know, there's nothing to take you through. There's no end game to work towards. There's no goals other than what you set yourselves, and there's nothing really to threaten you aside from other players. Now, other games have tried to address this in a myriad of means. And let me tell you, nothing. I'm trying to think how to phrase it. I thought I wanted an experience of DayZ that was a private server just with friends. And it ultimately killed the game for me. Because there was no risk, there was no challenge. Because admittedly, for the first, 2-3 hours, it's a bit tense. You gotta find enough water, enough supplies. But every time you head somewhere, it's like, "Oh, has anyone raided this before?" "No, well, it's just us." "Ah, shit. Well, has anything happened?" "Nah." "Alright, what's that on the hill?" "It's nothing." And then suddenly, the tension that was created by the threat of other players, the potential of that is gone. And you're left with something that's just a bit of an open world with not a lot to do. And we talked about this with 7 Days to Die, that once you reach a certain point, because there is no end game and there is nothing to risk, there's nothing to challenge you. Even when the blood moons become something that you can just handle. Harmonious, you're right. And as we said during the cycle, we know what users are like. So that's my big worry with Sea of Thieves. The removal of players removes that last little element of fear. That all the other systems in it are things that could be managed and handled. That it would be possible to create an experience like that, but it would essentially be a big old single-player game with lots of side missions. So, I don't know. I respect and understand the frustration people have with PvP players being jerks. I mean, friends, my best advice is if you dislike people in Sea of Thieves, turn the comms off. Let them yell at you. Let the little messages pop up and just ignore. Zeke says, without PvP, would have had my brig and 2 sloops, sinking a Reaper galleon twice a day. Yeah. And I think the solo sloops are the people that come out the hardest on top in this one. Sorry, they come out, that get the most hard done by in this, because when it's you by yourself on a sloop, there's not a lot you can do against another player apart from run. Wolfcrad says the other players are what random encounters are in other games. True. But here's the thing that we all know. People are infinitely fucking weird. You never know what a person is going to do. After a point, no matter how complex the AI, no matter how many like variations or how much procedural generation or how much like scripting, whatever you add, all PvE encounters will eventually form a pattern. And users are great at reading patterns. I mean, shit, it's one of the few things humans are good at. Apart from making babies. Making babies and finding patterns. That's what we're good at. And, you know, persistence, but that's another story. Players can always surprise you. Now, again, because of the elasticity of interactions in Sea of Thieves, there's more likely to be situations where players don't feck you over. And when I say more likely, I don't mean more likely than not. I mean, in DayZ, there is no reason to leave another player alive if they've seen you. You have all your stuff in your bag. They have all their stuff in their bag. Whoever shoots first wins. If you're on a ship and you have nothing on board, that means you have nothing to lose. And if they have nothing on board, nothing to lose, then at that point, anything in that interaction is expression. Could be an expression of violence, it could be an expression of silliness, it could be cheeky shenanigans, or just social interaction. Because no one person has anything to gain from fucking the other over, you know? Oh, Catastros, that's entirely fine, and I'm not dissing that. Sorry, Catastros was just saying they can handle an NPC, they can somewhat predict them, NPCs are meant to be beatable. Against another player, the fish in the barrel be me. I mean, that's true. And Fred, whatto? Now, again, we've talked about this a lot, that when multiplayer games being so still very expensive to make, and I mean, let us remember, friends, that Sea of Thieves is running on a massive, massive server farm to make it happen. Like, it is not just and times. It is an inordinate amount of work by a very large studio, plus, like, you know, the Azure server farms doing all the water. So Shackle, I want to focus on the first part of what you're saying, because Monster Hunter is a very different experience. Monster Hunter is not an open world game. It occasionally snippets into that, but it's a boss game. It's a boss battler. At its core, it's designed to be cooperative. So I think it's a different space. It's not an open world sandbox. And, I mean, so Shackle, this is the question. Is the PvP content strong enough to stand up on its own? Or is it something that people would play for like a few days and go, that was fun, never come back? And I don't have an answer to this. This is where I find myself in two minds. On the one hand, God, how feckin' cool would it be to do like a whole day of just vaults and gold hoarders and all of that, raise an emissary, rack up this huge thing and just get that big old payday all at once. How feckin' cool would that be? You know? But once you've done that, what's next? When you have a competent crew that know what they're doing, what can challenge you? So then should they tweak the world in a PvP example? Well, so Shackle does Sea of Thieves have a strong enough story to compare to New Vegas? Is it a strong enough cooperative experience to stand alone? And it's not that I'm disagreeing in that regard, it's I'm asking. Because, like, the Invasion example, you know, the Soulsian titles absolutely stand on their own 2 feet without multiplayer. Does the multiplayer add something to it? I guess, but, you know, the co-op nature of Fallout 76 was very interesting. And that's a situation where the PvP element did not add. And so, friends, this is why this conversation is great. There's no right answer. Okay, there are wrong answers on a title-by-title basis, but there's no right answer. Like, friends, this is why I love video games so much, is one little tweak left or right can change an entire experience for better or completely kill it. Sorry, Uncle T suggesting, would PvP improve, insert game here, wrong answers only. What would be the worst game to add PvP to? That would be it. God. But yeah, sorry, so the reason why I think add an invasion mechanic to chess. Yo! Okay, but what if though? I don't know if any of you have played 5D chess. It's actually worth having a go if you've got the brain for it. Not to win, but just to see all the loopy bananas stuff. Sorry, let me bring my thoughts back. Again, because games that shouldn't have PvP in, Animal Crossing. I mean, that feels like the most sane, in at least because we've seen what the villager can do in feckin' Smash Brothers. This is my Smash Brothers remembering hand move. And again, I'm not arguing that we need to have PvP in games. It's the very real conversation that would taking it out remove what makes it good. Now, we've talked about Hunt Showdown a lot, mostly mocking it for having one of the worst names in gaming. But one of the cool things about Hunt Showdown is that more players, at least to my understanding, more players do not show up after they've been defeated. So it creates a situation where you can either live or let live, or kill people quickly and then handle shit. You can make a decision roughly based on what's going on. Now again, it does not have any elasticity in combat. Once you see somebody, you're in. You can't run away, they'll just chase you and run you down tired. So like, once you're engaged, you're engaged. But it does mean that once a PvP conflict has resolved, whoever's left standing can then continue on as normal. Which kind of creates this like, tension and then release. Kingdom Hearts, Birth by Sleep. Ah! Yeah, that needed PvP. PvP sure would improve Final Fantasy VII. God, those fights would take an eternity. It would essentially be a resources match, you know. Outer Wilds. That's just me spinning and careening into other people's ships. I'd see Kimball, PvP golf does exist. It's just, it's not great. I mean, okay, it does have a Corgi mech in it. But yeah, no, it came out in 2017. Nope, that's the same game again. God damn it, Steam! Here we go. 100-foot robot golf. It is a fighting golf game. So you have to be the first person to putt your ball or score a hole or whatever that golf term is. But it's also a fighting game where you can beat the shit out of the other person in real time. So you have to alternate between kicking the hot snot out of the other person and playing golf. The reason why I still rank this game is because one of the mechs is a Voltron-style setup where each part of the mech is piloted by a different corgi. So, it's a whole thing. But yeah, so friends, this is why these multiplayer discussions are so fascinating, because it's very much a fresh new territory. And as game engines get more stable, as netcode becomes more ubiquitous across these engines, the possibility of us creating multiplayer titles increases. You know, you can get a multiplayer shooter out of the box with UE4 that's good. Like, Unreal Tournament, while it didn't get the great revival we were all hoping for, is now bundled into UE4. You can just have that as the basis of your game. You can just take that, swap the assets, and it's yours. You can release that. So, as multiplayer experiences become more available, what do we do in these spaces? That's the big question. And so that's why I feel these discussions very interesting. Oh yeah, Kyle, you're incredibly right. It's incredibly annoying to test multiplayer. Yup. Quasi was saying they played most all MMOs up through WoWers in open PvP servers. I mean, it definitely for Ultima Online added a lot of spice and a lot of rage, a lot of betrayal. I mean, I told you all about the great story of inviting a school friend. I mean, we were in high school, but inviting someone round to our little spot in Ultima Online because I was going to buy a set of burnished armor off of him, and I just had a bunch of blade spirits just shred him outside my house. So Shackle, here's the interesting thing, is. And again, we're just theory crafting here. There's no... I'm not advocating for or against. So what Shaq was saying is, further adding to the conversation, would not removing PvP from Sea of Thieves, making it optional, PvP servers, PvE servers be possible? Well, then you create the possibility of essentially potentially creating an extreme PvP environment. See... When you split games into PvP and non-PvP, there's the possibility that one side will flourish and one side will perish. And then you have to shift perspective to that group. So, this is just a theory situation. So you take you take Sea of Thieves, you split it into two groups, PvE, PvP. If the PvE isn't strong enough, if the non-combat version, the just you and your friends sailing version isn't strong enough to stand up on its own, this dies, and then you're left with this, which means that you'll have to pivot development to the people who stayed. You could potentially try and bulk out the PvP from then, but at that point, it's really going to drop. So it can create a situation where you basically focus everyone into one place. And again, here's one of the things. Often, users don't know what they want, and when they get it, they won't tell you it's not what they want, they'll just leave. So that's where it gets interesting. Uncle T was saying the pivot from PvP heavy to PvE was something that hurt New World. Interesting. And Ultra Z was adding the arena tryhards and see if these became arena refugees when they closed the arena. Now, to my understanding, the arena was something you signed up for and was like its own... It was its own little instance. Wow, I need some more coffee because brain no working. Oh, I said I was going to take more breaks and actually get food and more hydration. Lizzie, how are you doing, friend? Watto and welcome. I hope you'll understand, I'm not trying to play devil's advocate, and I'm not dismissing any of the comments you say. I guess I'm...
Sensors
Hey!
online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
Oh, do you want me to put a pot on?
I do love coffee.
British Beaver, I can do that. So Quasi was saying, I feel Puzzle Pirates solved the MMO PvP Pirates problem. Actually, Quasi, Puzzle Pirates is definitely one to look at and go, don't do this. Because it was a simple game that had MMO qualities and crews and whatnot, but the amount of time it takes from, like, install of game, or, like, creation of account, to be able to play with friends, it's fucking atrocious. The fact that game exists is purely based on the people who are now locked in. Oh yeah, and Ket makes a very good point, that when you split the game into PvE and PvP, you can essentially start making two different games. And, I mean, if you've got the resources, but that is a bad place to be. But again, coming back around to this, like, the reason I'm talking about this is to actually argue that the Zero Seviant, or however you pronounce it, is, what if you took all of the multiplayer out of a hardcore experience? Is there enough to stand up? The answer is yes. So I guess with Sea of Thieves, it's that question of how many peeps are going to be able... How many people would continue to stay if the threat was removed? Ultrazini says they still love the way Blackout Club did PvP. Same. And it was definitely some much-needed spice for, like, late game. But the idea wasn't to, like, destroy and wreck the other person, but, like, increase the threat, increase the spice. So... There is also a thing that's very apparent when you start doing community management stuff, is that sometimes people would advocate for features they don't actually wish or wouldn't actually use or play. Shit, I had an example of that. It dropped out of my head as I was saying it. God, I'm the worst. Sorry, friends. Yes, Uncle D, you're right. The gaming public are much better at identifying problems than they are at identifying solutions. I mean, that's like 1,000 points as to what the challenge of community management is translating pain points into actionable things that can be solved. But that's not the Kettle Monkeys. Quasi was saying that they had dedicated PvP events. You could be hunted, but if someone did too much griefing on lower level shippos... Well, okay, let's let's use Sea of Thieves as a good example. So firstly, there are emissary levels, but those are on an instance-by-instance basis, so they don't dictate playtime. And it is an open-world experience. Oh, and Scotty, what ho, friend? Hello, hello. Well, again, Scotty, it is very, very rare, and I mean super rare, that the pain point that users find is related to the element they think they do. So it's very rare that solutions that users come up with are actually actionable, because what they see is so disconnected from the systems that go into making it. You know, if you look at a car and it's missing a wheel, you can kind of summarize with no technical skills, that needs a wheel. But if a wheel is missing on a car in a video game, that could be any number of things. Like, that might be a particular texture is bugged out to the point where the wheel's no longer visible, but it exists. It might be that, you know, NPCs are stealing only the front right wheel a la Rogue...
Super Ray. Like Banjo-Kazooie Ray Ray or GoldenEye Ray.
Ah! Damn it, Quasi! But Quasi, thank you for the 200 frame. Yeah, so Wolfcrad, that's a good point. Now, I'm not saying this is the case, but it might be that when players say they hate PvP, you should be able to disable it. Well, the solution is, the cannons are difficult to aim. Most of the disdain I hear for the player versus player interactions in Sea of Thieves come from individuals on sloops getting wrecked. And I can understand that. It's just you by yourself, you're out, you want to sail, and just kind of relax with it. And then some mother hubbards are like, beep beep. Yeah, Scotty, chances are it's an invisible wheel with a one-hit kill potential that needs nerfing. Yeah. And this is where it's very, very interesting. Now, the requests for PvE have been pretty ubiquitous since Sea of Thieves started to gain a lot more content that wasn't around, like, either avoiding players or murdering players. You know, since it stopped just being a sandbox for sinking other ships and has become something more. So that's where it gets interesting. And the thing is, I'm not bringing this up because I think any of you are wrong. I'm bringing this up because it's a fascinating conversation that's genuinely worth having. This isn't like deconstructing a fucking Hollywood film where it honestly, it does not matter. I just, you know, people's opinions about mainstream Marvel movies, they don't matter. Don't matter. They're going to make $1 squillion either way. Like, the formula is solid. But over here in video games, like, we're breaking new ground. There isn't another, like, open sea pirate game like it. You know, there have been some instance ones, there have been some strange large-scale ones, but there isn't another game exactly like Sea of Thieves. There isn't a tried and true method for making this shit work. And that's why these conversations are so good. So Felix was saying, last time the group were ambushed coming out of a vault, the crew later descended into arguing about what we ought to have done. One person's feelings got hurt and they uninstalled. I mean, that's sad to hear. I mean, how we communicate with our friends in a multiplayer game is definitely something we should teach as a class. I mean, that's always why it's good having a designated captain, because it means you get designate blame. Really should have started with Lake of Thieves, get feet wet. Pool of Thieves. I mean, there are some very interesting examples. So, like, EVE Online is a very good one, where PvP is technically available everywhere, but if you enact PvP in an area, the cops will show up and, like, wreck your day. And I think some... Oh, yeah, and capital ships can't go into peaceful areas. However, that does split the user base into, you know, PvEers and PvPers, where the game itself is kind of sustained on its PvP overall. Like, but there isn't another game like Eve. People have tried, no one has succeeded. Now, the thing that's interesting though is that once, despite feeling it, there is no way to lose banked progress in Sea of Thieves, which is a fascinating one. Like, in Eve, if you pop my ship, that ship is gone. Bye-bye. I need to either buy or build another one. So, it's toast. The resources that went into acquiring that, they go. With Sea of Thieves, once that chest is sold, once you've taken the thing and delivered it where it's gone, they can never take that away from you. Like, your weapons, your coat, your ship, none of that can ever be taken away. It's the arc of the game experience, you know. You sit down, and when you start a Sea of Thieves session, it's almost at a blank slate. And it's the progress and work throughout that can be lost until it's done. So I think that creates a very, very interesting game loop. And if there is a guarantee that your progression will always succeed, how does that change the experience? Like, I'd almost say that if a PvE server was to be created, that the world would need to be a lot more deadly, a lot more violent. You know, you would need to be on your guard. Skeletal ships would need to attack. Because otherwise, I feel it would be a smooth... I feel that it would be a smooth ride through to progress. The gamble and the risk of getting back and getting everything sold would be removed. But again, I'm just musing with you all here. This isn't like Will talking from an I know everything about this topic. Like, nah. The board game design philosophy is new. Like GTFO, Sea of Thieves, like these games that don't ask anything of you other than, like, learn them a bit. Well, Maxim, that is a fascinating story. Also, Watto and welcome. Oh yeah, sorry, and I forgot to... Oh, you should sit over here! And Laura, how are you doing, friend? Watto and welcome. I'm back. I was ill, but I'm back. And I'm thinking about breaking some embargoes today. I'm being cheeky. Laura will not be saying it like that at all. Also, how are you doing, friend? Watto and welcome. It is a couple of weeks before PAX. I am confirmed as the, what is it, Sunday night? The Make a Game in an Hour panel. I will be, I'll be on the mic, both cheering on and heckling our creators. You're doing PAX? Le gasp! And nom nom, Watto, friend. Hello, hello. We're just having a natter about multiplayer experiences, because basically I got accidentally sent a copy of a game that's fucking good, called Zero Savant, whatever. Forgive my terrible pronunciation. I got sent a copy of this copy of this game by mistake, and it's really, really, really good. It's I'm Maxim. Thank you kindly for the follow. It's 2D single-player Tarkov, and it's good. But I wasn't meant to get sent it. So I've been kind of keeping stum about it. But it seems there's a bunch of people on Twitch who are already streaming it. And so I'm like, well, if they can stream it, why bloody hell can't I? But it got us talking about like how multiplayer changes experiences quite a bit, you know. And we were talking about Sea of Thieves, and you know, basically we're kind of theory crafting like, what would Sea of Thieves be like if multiplayer, if PvP was removed? Like, what would that look like? So, yeah, that's what we were chatting about. And the reason why this is so fun to talk about is because there's no right answer. There are wrong answers, but you won't know them until you try them and it goes wrong. I mean, hell, all you need to do is look at H1Z1 and see all the choices that they made in terms of, like, PvP, PvE. Because they tried to make a DayZ game. They tried to make a PvP and PvE servers, but still allowed players. Well, nom, albeit briefly. Lovely to see you. They allowed users to build bases on PvE servers, and so what happened is if you logged in like a week after launch, it was a ghost town filled with these wooden structures everywhere. I mean, as we well know, is like the battle royale mode for that would ultimately bring some life back into that game, and then their failure to adapt would ultimately kill him. The great irony of it. God. Sorry, it's the same team that do PlanetSide, and PlanetSide added like a new like tropical map, and I was like, oh cool, I can't wait to try that out. You can't try it out. You've got to wait and hope that it somehow ends up in rotation whilst your stuff is on. And I'm like, anyway. So yeah, aside from that, I was kind of downhill the last couple of days, so I'm a little bit behind on games news and stuff, but there's plenty to talk about. Actually, it's a little bit intense there. We had Nathan Grace on the show last week, which was really cool, and he was talking about the fact that there's a massive hiring spree in the games industry, but only for seniors. And GI.biz posted that only 5% of video games jobs were entry level, and these are posted, not like teams being formed specifically and things like that. Quasi, that was 1,000 years ago. So yeah, it's a situation where the industry is not training juniors up to be seniors, and is now in a desperate hiring spree. But a lot of the people who would fill those roles have been able to forge their own little tiny teams, you know. The influx of cash, like, sans the lurg, has been feckin' great. And it's helped a lot of tiny teams form and come together. Plus, everyone is now looking at remote as standard, not just indie teams, and that makes things fascinating. Yes, Lizzie, I do mean GI. Oh my God, why is it so bright? .biz. GI. Dark mode when. Kaimel's currently training 2 new producers and not even senior. Yup. I think something the games industry has been real bad for. Medium to large studios are really naff at it. They're really naff at training and promoting, and that's been constant for as long as I've been in the industry. If you want to advance in games, jump between studios. Be a mercenary. Get a pay rise. Get a title increase each time, and just keep bouncing. I saw a very mediocre individual spend about 5 years hopping between 6 different studios and end up becoming like a hella senior with a hella paycheck, despite being very mediocre. Actually, there was one individual I know whose special move was leaving each time before the game shipped, and just riding hype on each of these games. And then when they launched and were kind of not very good, oh, they're just on the next thing, don't worry about it. It's like, don't think we don't see you, just because we don't say anything. We know! Anyway. Interesting. So Quasi was saying that they're suffering it in their non-gaming industry team. Too many entry levels versus seniors. Lack of XP. Interesting. Kev was saying it's understanding it's also a part why people are snapping up studios. You know what? It does make sense, because Sony were very clear on their acquisition of Bungie that one of the reasons was to bring on their expertise for making games as service titles. And it might be because they've been really struggling to find people with practical, applicable knowledge in that space. You know. While we talk about games of service titles being very ubiquitous, they're very hard to make, because they have a lot of strange and bizarre quirks that really don't happen in any other sphere. Okay, and when I say games as service, I mean things like, you know, Warframe, titles like that, long-running, constantly updated. Not the games of service, games as a service development method, but yeah, constantly online, you know, your Warframes, your Destunis, etc. It's also another thing of like, even some of the games that are successful in that sphere aren't good at being what they are. They've succeeded, but not based on technical skill. Once again, I'm looking at you, PlanetSide 2. Oh, Bismarck, Splatoon, absolutely. Splatoon is a games of service game. And one of the best examples. God, yeah. Sorry, there was a, I believe it was a Nintendo Direct Splatoon thing this morning, and it's been fascinating to see. Nope, that's not where I wanted to be. It's been fascinating to see how much of that stuff. It's been fascinating to see how much of that stuff has been doing well. Where was it? No. Alright. I'll have to have a look for that later. Global test fire is on the 27th. Reckon, yo. I mean... No, you know what? We don't have to go into the deconstruction of games as service model development stuff. Just that acquiring a studio with specialized knowledge with the intent to share it across the other studios, you know? All I can say is that there was a very big knowledge share between CA and Relic while I was there. Like, I mean, the community teams were always kind of blebbering back at each other, and I'm proud to say I'm still good friends with both the... Okay, you're getting intense over there. I'm still very good friends with both of the community management counterpoints that I had, who were on Company of Heroes while I was on Total War. God, that was a good time. That was a good time. It's also worth noting that when it comes to medium to large scale studios, you start needing specialists in fields, and that's definitely where the lack of on-job training is definitely showing. Because, like, I'm trying to think of a very good example. Like, there are some skills that are ubiquitous with additional flavors and quirks depending on the studio. So like QA, CM, I'm trying to think of some others. Production to an extent. That skill set can be taken to different studios and then tweaked. But while you can have the baseline of knowledge, you know, you don't know how a studio's custom engine works until you have hands-on. So it's very difficult to hire someone at a mid to high knowledge level when you have a very specific way of developing a title. And so that can create these situations where people just can't fill those roles. Naming no names, but I was on a project where a graphics engine programmer was brought on board who had loads of experience, apparently knew what they were doing, and just kind of got to work on stuff and things. And when it came down the line to check on stuff and things, it turns out this person had no idea how to work in the environment that they were in. I mean, the engine being a custom built one, well, okay, no, the engine being sort of custom, sort of quirky. TLDR, what they made was completely unusable. Had to be pulled out completely, and would have destroyed the title if it had shipped with. So, like, now, should there have been oversight on that person's work? Should the people who knew have been checking them? Big shrug, question mark, face. But it certainly happened. Oh yeah. Uncle T, we would Kind and I were joking about this on stream a while back. It's like the first thing on every post-mortem. We're gonna have better documentation on this game this time. Oh, documentation! Oh, so much documentation. There's no documentation. I mean, what cracked me up was on one project I worked on, there was a specific error message that would pop up that would be like, "See this guy." That guy had been gone for like 2 years when I joined. See this guy. Where is he? I don't know. Iceland? Can I call him? Ken makes a good point. If you're lucky enough to have a post-mortem. Nope. There we go. Nope. I'm really gonna take that one off there. And if you've never done post-mortem, there's two kinds of post-mortem. There's the, pat yourself on the back, this game was perfect and had no flaws, well done team. And there's the, alright, who did it? Who did it? Who did the thing? Who did the thing? It went wrong. Who's getting shot? Those are the only two kinds of post-mortems I have ever witnessed. And okay, the Guns Out one doesn't start with Guns Out. It starts like, okay, everybody, let's have a nice, productive post-mortem. We're all going to put stuff on the board. We're going to work... Guns Out! All right! Who was it? Who was it? I know it went wrong. Was it you? Was it you? Was it you? Was it you? Basically, don't be the last person to pull a gun. Oh... Just Uncle T was adding that this particular development pain isn't isolated to games. It's isolated to all development. I mean, that's true. I guess the thing that's... Games, so long as it ships and it's stable, no one cares how janky stuff is behind the scenes. And what's been really nice is we've gone through this renaissance in what people want to know about games, right? Like, people genuinely care about the process and the weird hacks and the strangeness. Sorry, Kai was saying that the directors on their Alien Isolation post-mortem were nicknamed the Four Horsemen of the Apocalypse. Yup. Cool. Yeah. Kindle, there's so much we can't... There's so much about that we can't say. But no, so I just wanted to articulate off of what Uncle T was saying, which is that yes, game development does suffer from the same problems as regular development. It's just, so long as the user's experience is what is intended, how it is achieved, fuck it, doesn't matter. Like, Quasi is saying, you're just pitching the next scene from Mythic, the next season of Mythic Quest. Yo, if they'll have me, I'll write the post-mortem episode. It's basically a combination of 12 Angry Men and Reservoir Dogs. It's one episode in one room, nowhere else, and it gets fucking raw. Yeah. See, for the last big post-mortem I was in, we basically did it department by department. So each department did their post-mortems, and then they were all fed into this person who was brought in as a consultant. And yeah, I still remember getting into a blazing row with one of the people I was working with. Someone who was way above me on the pay scale. In case you didn't realize, I'm not the best sometimes. My love of games means that I can get very passionate. That did not make me friends in big companies. Because, okay, I can handle the diplomacy on the day-to-day, but sometimes when it's about something, I get very passionate and very audible, and it's not very constructive. Stringer Police, we love a bottle episode. I mean, it would be so good. Actually, so Ket, no fist fights. It was mostly what I would just describe as quiet assassinations. One thing I will say is being on a post-mortem for a game that had a very rocky development, that is the point when everybody cleans house. So anyone who was a bit of an arsehole in the office, anyone who was a bit of a prick, suddenly they were just gone. Like, due to post-mortem restructuring. And honestly, it felt like one of those scenes in a fantasy novel where, like, the new king takes over and suddenly people are pulled into back alleys and stabbed. I mean, friends, I wish I could get into the specifics. Oh shit, Kaimul, you out of NDA? Oh, wait, I should check my old contract. I wonder if I'm out of NDA. Oh boy! I will say, friends, completely unrelated to anything, next year will be the 10-year anniversary of the launch of Rome 2. And I've been talking with Craig, and we're definitely thinking we need to do some videos around that next year. Quasi says, they needed to take some PTO when they almost got into a fist fight over a story-pointed effort. Minus sarcasm. But I was in a position where, how to phrase this without breaking NDA or diplomatically, where I felt I had been given false information internally as truth, and I was understandably miffed about that. But unfortunately, I can't delve into this topic any deeper without going into NDA territory. So let's bring it back. So friends, because I've been ill, I have been drinking a lot of water, and I've been staying hydrated, but that means I need to go for a monstrous piss. You know, I'll put this on loop because there's a lot of lovely tracks ahead. Yeah, and Stringer, please, a happy Wednesday to you. So, friends, if you want to keep chatting and hanging out, we can do that. If you want to jump into a game, I'll tell everybody that I'm breaking embargo. Catastros has got the Rome 2 unboxing video, which If you haven't seen me being attacked by dogs, give that a watch while I'm taking a slash. And then, friends, I know it's only been like... Shit, it's been 3 days? 4 days? Oh shit, I've lost all sense of time. Alright. I'm gonna nip to the loo. Let's go from there. Don't go anywhere. Papa Char.
Sneakity sneak.
Hello, hello. Sorry, Wolfcrap, with your cheeky, sneaky bits. I can't believe you've done this. Vanderby saying, non-copyright infringing point of rallying video. Yeah, I think that's what we'll have to call it. I think we'll have to call it that. I'm absolutely going to get a snip of that. Okie dokie Lokis. Oh, and just again, for those of you who might have joined us, is there is there anybody here who hasn't listened to me rant about Attica before we get on to other stuff? Oh, Kymble, that's a lovely thing to hear. Oh, sorry, Kymble was saying that as a random thing, they've been able to talk about the difficulties they've had with studios because of the gender, and it's not seen down upon anymore. Now, do you mean that you're able to talk about it and people listen, or that you're not suffering as much of the, you know, being femme-presented in the games industry? Because, like, I've been out of big studio stuff, so I can't comment. But one thing that's been lovely is, like, being now kind of firmly seated at the indies table. You know, I'm there with the disaster indies, and I'm okay with this. But seeing how diverse and hella queer the indie scene has continued to make me so happy. Like, it's the only sphere of the industry I can really comment on to any great degree. Oh, excuse me. I mean, Uncle T, you're not wrong. Oh, that's way cool. So, Kymbal's going on to specify that people don't dismiss Kymble as having issues, and am seen as a developer, not a female developer. Yes! And Laura was going on to say that there are a few entities that like to be seen listening, but aren't so interested in doing. And I'm glad that Kymbal's on the other side of that. Yes. Well, I haven't had the chance... Excuse me. I haven't had the chance to read it in its entirety, but there's been a very interesting article about what's been going on behind the scenes of Riot, and like the strange mismatch between their different communications and actions versus like what they've been versus what's been going on actually at the studio. I definitely need to give it a proper read before I go into it, but that's an interesting place especially to look on those. Sorry, Vanderbeest, I sent your non-copyright infringing point of rallying comment to Craig, and Craig's like, well, has to happen. The people have spoken. Congratulations, Vanderbeest. Not only are you head of House Order, but now the people. And you know what? Actually, that's a lovely thing. It's a lovely thing I haven't heard in a while. Is the term female developer. Like, I hadn't thought about that. That makes me real happy. As in, sorry, what I mean is, like, friends, it has probably been like 4 or 5 years since I've heard someone described as a female game developer, as opposed to just a game developer. It makes me real happy. But then again, I've also kind of curated my group very carefully that, you know, it's been... Sometimes it's heartbreaking who you have to cut out, but I have cut out people who have been shits. Yeah, I mean, again, Laura, looking as I do, I don't really get a say in the general bits, but at least from the tiny slivers that I've seen, is that the term gamer girl is only thrown around in humour, referencing a very weird specific part of our past. Also, we were drunkenly talking about this the other day, how the term e-girl is weirdly... How an e-girl can be used to describe someone, even someone who is not femme or femme presenting. Now, you can point to someone and go, that is an e-girl, and it absolutely translates. I'm mostly talking about Tobias. Is Tobias an e-girl? Yes. Like, see, the thing is, friends, it makes me so sad that this is so faded that you can't see. This was a gift from English John, who's now over at CA, when he moved from the States back to the UK. And it looks like a plain white mug. It's actually a PlayStation 3 mug from the infamous historical accuracy hit the crab for weak spot for massive damage game. Oh. I mean, okay. I'm not gonna start patting us I'm not gonna start patting us white blokes in gaming on the back just yet. There's a lot that needs to be done to help, like, increase inclusivity and make it a better space for everybody. But it's definitely better, and I like that. Actually, I'm gonna, as much as I love the Tinnitus Dance, you keep being you, Tinnitus Dance. I'm gonna switch to some smooth jams while I chat with your good selves a bit more. Because there is one other thing that has been smashing around my head for the last few days, and I've been thinking about this a lot. And I'd love to hear your thoughts and feels on this. So, as you may or may not know, I've been getting help with the VODs over on YouTube. Scotty has been doing both edits to help bring videos together when there's a power out or an interruption of service, and also adding like chapters, and like there's also been some fun little stuff hidden in some of the videos. But it means that sorry, that's been feckin' great. There's been an increase in people watching the VODs and commenting on them, which is honestly feckin' great. I love the idea that someone genuinely sits and watches those. Like, that makes me real happy. And there was one person that was talking about Rain World and their experiences with them. And they were saying that Rain World is a great game in principle, but once it hits about the 15-hour mark, like, it's... well, to quote, the game design starts to break down. And I personally disagree with that, but I'm not using this to take umbrage with their experiences, because it's valid. But the thing it got me thinking about is gatekeeping. And that there's more to it than just not keeping the gate. Basically, obviously, I'm anti-gatekeeping, obviously. You know, we've reached a point where video games aren't nerd culture, they're culture. There are little pockets of weirdness that you can get into, but video games are one of the mediums by which we experience culture now. You know, no, as much so as television, movies, music, video games are in there. They have their space. And so obviously, I'm very, very anti-gatekeeping, because you want to bring people in. Also, Cryostic's water friend. You want to bring people in, and you want to share that experience with others. Oh, and Kybal, that's a very good point. If you're going to polish a game, you work on the first 2 hours, because not everyone finishes it. Yeah. I remember the old saying used to be is like, you make the end of the game first, and then you make the beginning at the end, because that way it gets the most amount of like knowledge and attention. Whereas these days it's like, nah, you work on those first 2 hours like there's no tomorrow. If that's solid, at least your sales are locked in. But that's another story. No, but the thing that got bounding around is that to help fight against gatekeeping requires more than just saying, hey, everybody's welcome. That it does require a certain amount of opus on individuals to be able to say, this experience isn't for me, but that's okay. That essentially a part of avoiding gatekeeping means taking ownership of one's experiences and how that is expressed forward. Laura was just adding that they wrinkle the nose when people say, after the first 300 hours, it's kind of weak, or no replayability. I mean, that's a whole kettle of monkeys and a half. I mean, to that end, when someone posts a Steam review that's like, 200 hours, don't play this game, that's some gatekeepy tier bullshit. And the reason being is you're essentially telling someone that, oh, I could play this for 200 hours, but honestly, you know what, I don't like it after this, you wouldn't like it either. It's like, fuck off. You played it for 200 hours. Right? Uncle T's like, even I don't have that much even I don't have that much replayability. I mean, feckin' right. I'm amazed any of you hang out with me for more than like a day, if that. I can't stand me for more than a day. That's why I don't have long weekends. Yeah, Scotty's saying they've seen people in game chat say they hate a game, don't know why they play it. They got 3,000 hours in it. I mean, I don't think it always comes from a state of arrogance, but that's definitely how it makes feel to people that come on in. Like, it puts this big old barrier up that says, oh, me with my grand experiences, you wouldn't possibly like this. So, like, gatekeeping is often described as kind of like basically checking people at the door, like, oh, you're not good enough to play this game, or oh, have you done X, Y, and Z? Oh, well then you can't possibly be a true maflam-for-flam fan. But in actuality, a large proportion of gatekeeping comes from those kind of blockers, like, oh, you wouldn't like this. I've played it for this long, you wouldn't like this. The other one definitely is, one needs to take a certain amount of opus for their own experiences when going into an experience. Yeah, you know what, Laura, nail on the head. The hang-up is that I'm just built different, I know better kind of nonsense. And Wolfcrad, gatekeeping is, insidious makes it sound active. The active elements of gatekeeping are easier to spot, but it's the elements that, you know, we don't necessarily realize. You know, it's okay to not like a game, and it's okay to not gel with that experience, but that doesn't define the experience. Like, Rainworld, I think, is a great poster child for this discussion. Not everybody is going to gel with Rainworld. Coming into that game, playing it for 10 hours and going, hey, this isn't for me, is entirely valid. The point comes from the...
Play 200 hours, not recommended review is I'm not playing this game anymore, so no one else should either.
Yes, thank you, Shackle. That's a feckin' great way of putting it. And thank you for the bits. Keeps me alive. Erriman says, as the gates get smaller and smaller, you have to wonder how massive egos fit through them. Indeed. Although a lot of the time they go through the gate first and then shrink it down. But no, Rainworld's a very, very good example, because when people come into that space and play for 10 hours and go, no, this game is terrible and bad, essentially that is creating kind of a, I did not get on with this, so it cannot have value creation. A great big blocker to other people potentially coming in. Like, one of the things that I've been lucky enough to experience through a lot of you, and a lot of you have said this, is that there are things that we do here on the Longship that you'll enjoy watching but wouldn't enjoy playing yourself. Like, Rainworld, I know for a lot of people, is definitely one of those. And I've always been really... proud is the wrong word. I've been really lucky to have a group of people together of that kind of vibe, you know? This idea that, you know, art has value even if it's art I don't like. And disliking it doesn't equal that it is of low quality or low standard, which is something we're still kind of clawing our way out of. I don't know, it's something that's been kicking around in my head a lot. You know, as Gundam as a franchise is opening up, it's interesting to see that space, you know, models, the shows, the games. It's interesting to see what pockets of that are showing like negativity and resistance to new people coming in, and what parts are like, yo, come build a model, have some fun with it, don't worry about it. With video games, especially weird and complex and strange, again, it's been interesting to see the spaces where people have been accommodating and where people have been like, nah, feck this game. I guess it was just more a case of Laura was adding on the flip side, they find it fascinating when a statement that expresses dislike of a game is taken as a, oh, so you're actually ruining this for everyone. And this is like, I'm sorry I'm dancing around this point. It's a tricky one to express cohesively. I guess it's the personal expression. Through games can be... Wow. Should make another coffee. Let me do another run-up on that one, because I clearly just stacked it before I even tried to make the jump. Personal responsibility when engaging in art. Like... Because one of the things that I am definitely guilty of is I love video games. And the ones that I love, I go into the guts of them. I really try and understand why I love them and what's going on. So when people come in and say, oh, hey, here's this game, it's bad, I don't like it, it does proc something in me, because my first reaction is, oh, no, you just haven't seen what it is, or you haven't got the chance to experience it. And with art being such a subjective thing, you can come at the same piece of art multiple times and get different takeaways. If you want a nice, easy, bite-sized example, it is from another medium, but devs... I watched that show and I fucking hated it. And I kept thinking about it. I did a rewatch and I realised, no, it's actually fucking brilliant. And I've had a few examples of that one, but that's the clearest of, I hated it. No, wait, no, I loved it. I came to understand it better. Okay, now Wolfcrad, that is a very good point. Like, games recommendations based on what you think someone should like based on their physical appearance, definitely some gatekeepy bullshit. And again, I'm not saying I've seen anyone do this here, but definitely as an industry, we're very guilty of recommending people play Animal Crossing rather than Doom. The irony, of course, being is that Animal Crossing takes hours to get to the core experience, whereas Doom 2016, you jump off of the table and you start blapping. Like, for a person that is new to the space, like, having titles with immediate understanding helps them find their grounding, you know what I mean? Kit was asking if I saw the interview where they said that young women were the first fans of Gundam. No. I've heard it referenced. Now I think about it, I haven't actually seen the interview on it. I mean, for those of you who don't know, the primary audience for Gundam Wing was a lot of fangirls. Like, okay, there were those of us that liked giant robots, but we were woefully outnumbered. Woefully outnumbered. And I love it. So Laura was saying their friend who loves Minecraft, it turns out, hates Animal Crossing. And they extremely got why as soon as they thought about it for about 4 minutes. Yes. I mean, this is one of the reasons why I pride myself on being a video game sommelier. Because I try and get an understanding of the person's, the experiences they enjoy, and I try and convey that. Not visual, but experiential thematics is what I try and work with people on. Yeah, Martin, Gundam Wing was a pretty boy band. So Harmonious, I think that is a different thing that you're talking about. Like, I mean, if you want to tap into that, like getting trapped into a loop on specific kinds of titles is a thing to discuss, you know, especially with games of service games that can be played ad infinitum. But that's a different element than... Oh yeah, as Laura, you're incredibly right. That individual wanted to play Legos and build their own world, their own experience. Animal Crossing isn't that at all. It's in depth, it's full of feels, but it is finicky and strange and complex in all its own ways. And that's not a bad thing, it's just one visual style of, like, you know, cutesy pixel art does not equate one other game of cutesy pixel art. Lizzie's like, Gundam Wing? For girls? No, I cannot see it! Okay, so two things, Mega Boss. You're right, Animal Crossing is a slow burn. But Doom, you don't put cocaine in the pee-pee hole. No. It goes in the booty. Or on your teeth. Hypothetically, of course. Not, you know, I'm not obviously condoning illegal substances on this. Twitch.television. But, I mean, friends, jumping back, like, it's easy to see why Gundam had a large femme fan base, because it's a soap opera, first and foremost. Giant robots are in it, and the battles are cool, but... yeah, first and foremost. Both Fred and MDH walking in at exactly the worst or best time, depending on how you think about it. I mean, look, friends, if you all want to go do some research into 80s pop sensations and cocaine up the booty, go for it. The internet's got you covered. It's very well documented. Anyway, jumping back. It was something that was rattling around in my head, is that gatekeeping avoiding gatekeeping in a space isn't just saying everyone is welcome. That there's a lot of teeny tiny personal responsibilities that fall upon us to make art accessible. And I don't know, it's something I've been thinking about a lot. Alright, Megaboss, have a lovely rest of your evening. To be continued, friend. To be continued. Video games are a tricky one because we're not just asking people to engage with thematics, we're asking them to engage with mechanics and difficulty and a whole myriad of different things that can tweak the flavor one way or t'other. And I will admit, especially when I get drunk, like, I want to drag people on some of the weirdest, strangest adventures. Like, I've hit that point where there's very, very little a AAA game can offer me that will be interesting. Like, no one was more surprised than I was that Control ended up being as exceptional as it was. Kybal says they're trying to find games with her mum. She's well outside any recommended demographic, but she has fun. Yeah, and it's always hard to know. Again, hyperbole example, but Rami Ismail, he got his mem into playing video games, and it started with, I want to say it was like Final Fantasy 15. Oh yeah, String Please, Goose Game. Goose Game is a wonderful one to introduce to people. Simple control scheme, simple premise. You're a terrible goose. Go ruin someone's day. Yeah, mini Metro, mini Motorway, but also not thinking towards just puzzly games. I mean, things that can have more depth to them, but don't require quickfire movements. Like, was it Everhood? No, Evershade? Eastshade. Yeah. Eastshade. It has all the trappings of a top-tier Bethesda experience, all of that chewy feeling you get from like Morrowind or Skyrim or what have you, but non-combat. There's no quick jerk reactions. It's all about, you know, picking the scene that looks the best. Martin, I think a short hike is a good one just to let people with. Wolfcrad, I would disagree with on Stray because the combat sections can be a little intense. And now Kai was saying that they introduced the moment to Animal Crossing and then Stardew Valley and went ham, like feckin' yo. Oh, Stringer Please, Sable's another good one. Like, if I remember rightly, Sable doesn't have a combat system, but just a lot of, like, exploration. Sorry, I have seen Mighty Goose. I don't know if it would be necessarily a good game to share with you all. I think I got a copy. Yeah, so I got a copy of Mighty Goose. And it's possibly the best Metal Slug game we've seen in so long. It's so pretty. I just, honestly, it's one of those games I could just sit and watch all of the pixel art stuff for 1,000 years. But like, when recommending video games to people, like trying to get an understanding of that person's games literacy as well. Do you know who the people I have the hardest time recommending video games to are, like, white guys in their teens? Seriously, like, I have had a gajillion conversations with a gajillion people, and it is the white guy arrogance when it comes to video game that is the hardest thing to break through, because it's the assumption that they have already experienced everything. It's a special kind of arrogance, which I was guilty of in my teens. It's a special kind of arrogance that's incredibly difficult to get through. That, oh, well, you know, I've played all the AAA shooty gunbangs. I'm great at them. You know, it's multiplayer. Fucking headshots for days. There's nothing that you can tell me that I don't know about. That mentality is the hardest one to get through. Like, people's parents, grandparents, you know, they will give one title you recommend to them an honest go. But trying to get through to know-it-all little shits, that's the one that's the hardest. String Bleeds was saying, for them, white guys, teens, they want to know what they have the most hours on. Minecraft, online shooters, or Civ. Yeah, you know what? With the Civ lot, they tend to have a little bit more flexibility. God bless the RTS crowd. The online shooter crowd is usually the most difficult to get through to. Oh, from there, get filthy with it, with the promise of exclusivity. See, now, Laurie, here's a fascinating one. Horror games are the one I see the least amount of actual follow-through. People love to hear about horror games. They love to be told mechanics and quirks and weirdness. The amount that they will actually go and play them, very little. And it's a really good example as to why horror games struggle to sell as well as other experiences, because you have to be ready to get spooked. But recommending horror games, the amount of times when people will actually do the thing they said they were gonna do, tiny. Tiny. I mean, I'm sorry, Laura, I don't mean to diss on your methods. Like, if you've... It could be that because it could be because of my current profession or the fact that I was industry that they see me as competition, or there's a weird quirk that I've seen that, and I've only seen it in white guys, But when they encounter people who are in the gaming space, like either game dev side or stream for a living or what have you, there's a sense of, well, I could be doing that. There's a sense of, I should be that. And so it creates friction, so that could be an additional element. And your interior matrix for this is fascinating. But like, God, there was one guy who shall remain nameless, who was a partner of a co-worker, and he was always rancid to us whenever we would all hang out. And it would turn out that, like, he was working a regular day job, and his partner, like, she worked in a video games company with games people, and it would ultimately cause enough friction that they split up. But, like, the general I can't believe it's you and not me air that came off this guy was something that stuck with me. Yeah, they don't see you as competition, Laura. You got in, like, ninja style. Oof, video game summons. I mean, maybe to them. That is not how I would describe you. Oh, so on the subject. Oh no. Okay. You know what, Laura? If that is the superpower that you wield like a mace on these jumped up little energy drink teens, then go you. Kaim was saying if they become taxi drivers, and ask if you play FIFA or COD. God. I've been trapped in the Call of Duty conversation a few times. Okay, the weirdest one I got trapped in. So I was getting a tattoo one time. I think it was one of the back sessions. And I told the tattooist, like, what I did for a living. He was like, oh, so you work in video games? Yeah. He's like, oh, do you know World of Tanks? I'm like, yeah? And, okay, do I know World of Tanks? Sure. It's a video game, what with tanks in it. Have I played it for 1,000 hours? Not really. No, thank you. He would then spend the rest of my back tattoo session ranting to me about this one tank that had been added that was a prototype and was never technically made, so it shouldn't be allowed because it means it can do things that tanks couldn't. And I'm like, sir, I'm gonna need you to focus on the pain on my back so we can speed this the fuck up. Oh, Laura. Firestriker was saying they had a driver ask them if Steam was still a thing and talked about COD mostly. Now, I will admit, much like whenever anybody asks me, who do you support, mate? When people say, oh, video games like COD, I've got this whole little, like, spiel just stored away. If anybody asks me, who do you support? I say Newcastle. It's the only league game I've ever been to. It was a stag do, and honestly, the stadium gave me vertigo. But we were drunk, so it was fine. But I know enough about the space to say enough to let the other person tell me. Same with COD. I just tend to talk a lot about the original Black Ops. Because, I mean, I played the zombies mode for a weekend drunk with a friend. That was kind of fun. You know, JFK and, oh my god, how have I forgotten his name? Che Guevara. That was it. Wait, no, was it Che Guevara? Or was it El Presidente? Shit. Anyway, that shows how much I was paying attention. But I talk a lot about, like, I use Black Ops as a jumping off point to talk about, like, the experience of playing with people, and then I just let the other person rant at me. Castro. It was Castro. Thank you. Laura says, I've ever told you about my brief and underwhelming encounter with shooter games. No, but please go for it. Sorry says they don't have people to talk video games with IRL. Hey, you've always got us. But no, that was the long and short of it, is I talk about the experience of playing zombies with a friend and then let them rant. Now, in actuality, Black Ops is where I realized that the Call of Duty franchise had peaked long ago. And it was where I think my hatred of set-piece first-person shooters kind of solidified. Because if you haven't played Call of Duty Black Ops, after the Modern Warfare series, it was kind of a Cold War shooter. You know, you play a special ops team during the 60s and 70s, and it's fucking cool and shit. Great, brilliant, wonderful, love it. You know, thematics, more interesting. The technologies are downgrades, so there's less of like the super whooper, night vision, heat-seeking bollocks. Great, love it. The entire first level of Black Ops, you do not actually need to do anything. Your 2 cohorts will handle everything for you. You don't even need to fucking be there. Which I kind of think as a core fundamentals of video games as an art medium is the interactivity, the involvement, the fucking being there. And I will still stand by the fact that, you know, Call of Duty Modern Warfare was a phenomenal breath of fresh air and a stale part of the industry. Like, what has become the poster child for banality came from a fresh take on a tired format for them. So Laura was saying, their friend super talked up Spec Ops, the line, about how how they revealed the story so well. The twist was so good. Oh my god, how could they ever, etc. They played it. I'm not a shooty boy, but it did okay. Laura's saying they understand they were looking for a missing commander who went dark all of a sudden in this ancient land. And they're about an hour in and they're like, oh, it's the Heart of Darkness. And my friend's like, what? I'm like, Heart of Darkness, Apocalypse Now. And he's like, never seen it. I explained the plot and my friend's face falls. String Blues was like, so, is there any point to me playing this? And he's like, no. God. I mean, I will say that Spec Ops isn't a perfect touchstone masterpiece with no flaws, but it was the first time a really mainstream game did that kind of... Wait, no, I guess we had BioShock with the first mainstream one to do it. Like, BioShock and Spec Ops were the first times when meta-narrative tricks were used on the player to such a degree that made them go, oh shit. But no, like, thematically, it's Heart of Darkness, but replace the jungle with sand. Oh, and Rilu, what ho friend, I hope you're feeling... I hope you've had a chance to recover since Twitch London. Thank you for passing on our love. Yeah, and I'll absolutely get over there. If you, or I should say, if Dom has any good photos of you lot, like, we've got the IRL channel in Discord, feel free to jump them in there. And Scotty, you should absolutely go to one. Kimball, you will be getting a gnome video today. I have all the rushes on my phone. So, Rilu, I'm proud to say the gnomes were delivered in actuality yesterday. Oh, okay. Hey, Rilu, then I'm just glad you had a good time, friend. I'm just glad you had a good time. Hey, Lagmeister, I'm not saying that my flotation methodology involves deconstruction of Spec Ops The Line and Heart of Darkness. But... thing was, friends, I became aware of Heart of Darkness from a Half-Life mod that remade Heart of Darkness. And I don't mean Apocalypse Now, I mean Heart of Darkness. Ugh. I mean, sorry, thank you for the follow, but bagel teeth is a haunting concept that I didn't realize I could understand. Oh, and Wolfgrad, I got... Oh, also Wolfcrad. How can you resist this flirtation? And thank you for the 100 bits, friends. And Wolfgrad, I was kind of in the same boat until I got recommended it by someone whose opinion I really trusted. Because I was like, Spec Ops The Line, look, if I have to play another fucking waist-high cover shooter, I'm going to scream. Fuck this noise. But one of the things that worked so well was that because it looked like the banality of the time.
Oh hey look, I have 3 bits here. Oops, I dropped them.
Oh no!
Oh no.
Rilu, they fall through your fingers! Hey, Rilu, thank you for them. You know they all come together. It keeps us going. But no, Spec Ops The Line's power came from being like every other shooter that was dropping at the time. At a time that gave us 50-cent blood in the sand, and then you put Spec Ops next to it, and you're like, oh, this is just a less fun cover shooter. Turns out. And like, friends, if you're interested in the use of meta-narrative in game story, Spec Ops is still worth a play. Laura's going into add that they guess they don't crave the medium of shooters, it being used as a mechanic to bring them Heart of Darkness. The book they've already read was not the vibe. Yeah. Lagmeister, yes, we are indeed talking about the classic PS1 FMV-ish game, Heart of Darkness. That's cool. Sorry, Kaima says the executive producer and Rare studio head worked on 50 Cent Blood in the Sand. Honestly, if I could play that without getting DMCA'd into the ground, I would show you a truly awful one. Oh, so Stringer, please. So Heart of Darkness was an old title that kind of had a. It looked like it was based on a one of the cursed Disney movies. Like, it's got that really fluid, like, post-OG Disney feel. And it's like a kid with a laser gun and a colander on their head shooting these monsters of inky darkness. Oh, and J-Post. Watto, friend. Fred's like, unrelated to meta-narrative, there's this game called Undertale that's worth checking out. Yeah. The problem is, meta-narrative's kind of like a magic trick, in that once you know it's happening or how it's done, it loses a lot of its impact. Varble says, Power Wash Simulator, first-person shooter, or something else. Alright, Varbles, I'm gonna wizard veto that conversation, because I think if I have the conversation about video game genres with the Longship, I'm going to get deposed. I'm going to get dragged out of this chair, kicking and screaming. Sigma says there are multiple VODs from Twitch folks playing 50 Cent Blood in the Sand from last month. Interesting. Fascinating. Maybe it's safe. Maybe we'll risk it for a biscuit. Sorry. But yeah, recommending games is such a difficult experience to do. And it requires so many different stars to align. But it's a fascinating part of our medium, because we're not just asking someone to passively sit and observe something, we're asking them to engage. And you can have multiple titles that can hit the same kind of games literacy, the same kind of beat, but require different levels of games literacy. You like shooters? Okay, I can recommend you a bunch. I can recommend you Plants vs. Zombies Garden Warfare. I can recommend you fucking Armor or Tarkov. Are they both shooters? Yes. Are they drastically different experiences? Very yes. And, I mean, like I said, I'm kind of getting to the bartender slash raging alcoholic stage, where I'm looking for things that are so different and so fresh that I have to sometimes accept that I am going into the weird. I'm going into the great and the strange. For example, I've been talking your ear off about Attica. It is the closest I've come to a game that feels like Stalker, and it is phenomenal. However, the reason it's phenomenal is it does nothing to hold your hands. Like, I had to take notes, I've had to, like, track and retrack. There were things that I did that seem obvious now because of the logic to it, but I had to work that shit the fuck out myself. There were no guides, I could not cheat, you know? I had to explore and discover and understand this strange world. Now that I do, it's like, oh, okay. So Kaimball, I agree with you, but it was kind of sad to see the Grumps, which title was it? There was one particular title they did recently, which is super duper weird. And it was kind of sad to see them ignore the elements and try and go for like a deadpan... What was it? Because it was one of my favourites. And I understand, it's very easy... Oh, they did Frog Fractions. They did Frog Fractions and just kind of treated it like the most normal of normal games. And that was hard to watch. That was hard to watch. And that's, again, that's not a diss on them. They are very much a comedy duo looking to articulate in a space. But this also goes back to the gatekeeping thing of, because Frog Fractions is such an important game to me, I take exception. You know? Really, why are you like this? Did I not welcome you back with open arms? Did I not herald your triumphant return from Twitch London? What have I done to deserve this? Lizzie's an agent of chaos. This is well documented. Well documented. So I tell you what, on the subject of the strange and the stuck in, do you all want to see this game? Because other people are streaming it. Feck it. It is a top-down, incredibly stodgy shooter. So yeah, Fred, this would be one even for you. Like, look at this. It has the experience and all the trappings of like Stalker, Tarkov, all those. Well, it's more Tarkov than anything else. Super duper hardcore, but it's top down with a cutie patootie pixel art style. So Pun Spectre, this is the game that I got sent accidentally, and I wasn't going to cover. But then a bunch of other people started streaming it, so I'm like, feck it, let's bring the thunder. Let's break some embargoes. And now, the reason I want to do this is because this game is feckin' great. And I want to support it. I might even just tweet out, is it still breaking embargo if you want to say nice things about a game? The answer is yes, it's absolutely breaking embargo. I mean, friends, if that's not your cup of tea for today, I completely understand. Like, yes, I've been talking at you all for 2.5 hours, but I've bloody missed you all. Yep, Fred, radioactive mutated animals everywhere, and also, like, other little, like, cutie patootie, like, raiders and villains and, you know, people exploring the zone. Seriously, it plays and feels like single-player Tarkov, despite looking like the most adorable nonsense. Wolfgrad's like, think about embargoes. You can't just share something and go, by the way, embargo. Nah. Also meow from J-Post. Lagmice is asking, what did the embargo ever did? What did the embargo do to you that you feel the need to break them? They had the audacity to be a good game in my presence. Actually, what I will do is I will check the Twitter feed of the publisher. If they have published like anything about other people's streams, then it's fair game.
Is this game suffering a bit of occultation from its embargo?
Why are you like this? Unspected Nora. But Punch, thank you for the 200. Wolfgrad was saying the word embargo always brings it back to Monkey Island's Largo embargo. No Largos here. So MDH writes, I did get gifted a copy of Cult of the Lamb by Camille, so we'll be playing that, if not this week, then next week. I don't think we'll be able to this week. Yeah, because it drops on Friday, and Friday is Sea of Thieves. But we may be able to start it off, mainly because of the Twitch integration. That's the reason why I've acquiesced and agreed to play this. Jumping back in. Jesus, but Jiminy. Sorry, Reela was saying that they did the Twitch London VIP event, which I believe was the day before, right? The VIP event was at the Red Bull Gaming Sphere. I'll have to. I saw the Red Bull signs. I assume they just sponsored the same event. I'll have to look into that. There were no mixers other than Red Bull. And as someone who doesn't drink beer, means I consumed enough Red Bull to power a SpaceX rocket taking us to Mars. Got back to my hotel, I could feel my insides vibrating. Also, the main event had pina coladas, so... Fendweller, I don't think that's correct. Fendweller was saying it's the UK, so no mixers. No, I'm entirely sure that's real. I think that might not be correct. Yeah, give me some more smooth jams. I can calmly natter at you all. Oh, that was it. I was going to check the publisher to see if it's... No mixes at a free bar does seem a little irresponsible. Alright, where are you? Where are you, you cheeky mother hubbard? Alright, so there's the publisher. We're going to check to see if the publisher has said anything about this. If they have... publisher haven't posted anything. Let's see if the developers have posted anything. Difficult for me. It's not fair. Moral choice time. Also, as a quick shout out, friends, there are 2 cracking bundles over on Humble. So if any of you are in desperate need of more video games, I know, shocking. 3, I guess, if you don't have a bus game. So there's the Amazing Adventures bundle, which is basically the Unavowed for 20 quid. Sorry, for $20 plus a crap load of other goodness. So if you need point and clicks of the highest caliber, boosh, or perhaps you want to fight the Zombocalypse, they're doing $30 for Resident Evil 2 and 3 remake. The classic Resi 4 on PC, Resident Evil 7 Biohazard, also the woefully underappreciated Resident Evil Revelations 1 and 2. Now, there's also Resident Evil 5 Gold Edition, the classic Resident Evils and Resident Evil 0, and the abominable Resident Evil 6, which is kind of worth playing if you ever want to see like a huge publisher stack it. Fred says we need a boulder punching minigame. Yeah, we do. Thankfully, we've already got the attaché case minigame. For those of you who don't know, there is a team that turned the attaché case stacking from Resident Evil 4 into its own standalone puzzle game. I mean, Fendweller, by that point, wouldn't it be the Book of Written Tales? Because you played it. God, I need to trim a beard. It's getting long. Once I can start kind of like pointing it into like Disney villain-esque styles. And Fred, you are indeed correct. Albert Wesker will be a killer in Dead by Daylight, and I believe Ada Wong and Rebecca Chambers will be playable characters. I really hope they do a Albert Wesker skin based on the TV show, because, friends, I'm not going to say too much about the Resident Evil TV show. You know what? If you ever need something to just drunkenly hate watch, do it. Because there's just enough great moments in it to make the hate watch worth it, but the rest of it is so absolutely wonky donkey bad. Like, it's 50% post-apocalyptic survival, 50% teen drama in the Resident Evil universe. Like, couldn't make this stuff up. But the parts where the cast are having fun with it are still so good. I still think about them. And there's one specific scene where one of the big characters gets to have their big zombie fight moment, and they just go to town. MDH, I haven't been able to bring myself to hate watch it because isn't the Halo show is on like HBO Max or something, and I'm not paying for HBO Max just to hate myself. Oh, Paramount Plus. Oh, okay. I don't know if that's one of the ones that we are totally legitimately having access to. I mean, I heard Master Chief fucks is a plot point in it. And his helmet's off by the first episode. So, I love it. This is this generation's Judge Dredd the movie. But less fun. Yeah, Fred, I don't need any more than HBO Mini or Paramount Minus. Paramount Hash. Buns is like, it is factually, very bad. Again, the Halo short that was done by Neil Blomkamp was very good. And there was a short web series about a bunch of USN, was it USS? I kind of, by the humans. A bunch of recruits that accidentally get caught up in a Covenant incursion. It was really good because it showed from a person's eyes perspective how terrifying the Covenant was. UNSC, thank you all. It showed from a person's perspective how scary, especially the elites are. And then Master Chief is kind of like the MacGuffin that shows up and saves the day. That's fucking cool. Yeah, all the Halo fans out themselves. Yo, I had the Halo Reach Limited with the little, like, the secure case with all the, like, the Halsey's notes and shit. So, one, I know that all the Spartans are chemically castrated, or at least they have their libidos destroyed by drugs. So, they don't fuck. Spartans don't fuck. I'm sorry. Like, it's well documented. But there's a whole bunch of other stuff. It's just, if you wanted to do a story about... If you wanted to make a drama about Halo, you don't make it about the Spartans. You make it around the Spartans. Spartans are a tool, a weapon applied to a thing. You know? And when you try to add drama and story around a character who is just an entity. See, yeah, Deus, they could have just done ODST but Band of Brothers. Brilliant. It's the story of a group of drop troopers dropped into New Mumbai as it gets destroyed to shit. Brilliant. Amazing. Okay, so Fendweller, you're here. I need you to bring it down here, alright? But, yeah, no, I've got a weirdly encyclopedic knowledge of the lore that for some reason doesn't leave my brain, despite the amount of drinking I do. And it was one of the things that's really... A lot of people talk about the Dredd, the new Judge Dredd film, or the newer one with Carl Urban in it. And the thing is, that isn't the story of Dredd. Dredd is the entity that takes us through. Dredd is the POV character, certainly. But the story is about the psychic... Oh, what's her name? Now, my 2000 AD knowledge is absolutely gone. Is it Anderson? Thank you, Fred. It's Anderson's story. It's the difference between, like, Anderson and kind of like the drug lord, and they're two different ways of dealing with this messed up world. But Dredd's just the vehicle. He can't be beat, he can't be stopped. Like, he cannot lose. So how do you make that into a story? Well, you don't make it about him. Like, the whole thing of that's so fascinating about the Halo franchise is that Master Chief isn't the strongest or the fastest or the best. He's the luckiest. Now, that could be he just has innate skill and good reaction speeds, like beyond that of his other Spartans, but it is put down to luck. The reason he gets Cortana, the reason he's like the thing that carries humanity's hope, is because he's the luckiest bastard in the whole Spartan program. Yeah, Fred, like Robocop versus Dredd. One's an unstoppable machine, an unstoppable machine programmed to only enforce the law, and the other is Robocop. Yeah, Master Chief survived. Now, I don't want to focus on the survival element because that kind of feels like you're equating Master Chief to like sci-fi Rincewind, which would be funny as shit. I would watch the hell out of like Power Armor Rincewind the series. But a character that never loses isn't an impossible thing to add to your story, but they can't be the drama, they can't be the focal point. You know? Until the Chief is asked to acquiesce not acquiesce, is asked to give up Cortana. He's a feckin' by-the-books lad. He is a solid unit. He gets shit done. The UNSC are the good guys. Hoorah, Master Chief, let's get it done. Despite the fact that, you know, they kidnapped, brainwashed, and physically altered without their consent a whole bunch of children. And they did that to fight people. Like, the UNSC gets a fucking pass because of an alien invasion. You know? I mean, sorry, you all know this. We're all Halo nerds here. But the reason the Spartan program was created was to fight humans that wanted independence. And then the aliens show up. And thankfully they made these super soldiers, but it wasn't for good reasons. Like, yo. Fred with like I said, nothing wrong with creating Space Marines. Shift the eyes. Wolfgrad saying that Master Chief Reese keeps running away from the fight, only to end up in a bigger battle and miraculously surviving. Still a good skill. Still a good skill. Yeah, Scotty Doggy, it's like if, you know, if there'd been a huge incursion invasion during the prequel trilogies, and Palpatine's just been cooking up his, like, I'm going to overthrow the galaxy clone army, but like,
well, this fucks up my plans, but I guess I get to be the goodie now. Clone troopers, assemble! Also, get me a fucking Coca-Cola or something. I'm hungry.
Sorry. I know where I was going with that bit, and nobody stopped me. But I still think you can make incredible stories in those kind of spaces. In fact, the thing that television can do so much better than we can in games is to show the POV of weak characters in a huge environment. We really struggle with this in games. Because we mechanically empower people to be able to fight and resist and battle. You know, especially in any games involving conflict, while we may challenge the player, most of the time, like 90% of video games want you to win. They want you to finish. They want you to be able to have the challenge, but definitely the victory. To then portray that experience from the perspective who doesn't have that advantage, who doesn't have protag powers and protag armor, is hard. Peebles. I thought it was Master Chief, but in fact it was Milk being Dio! Sorry. So Rilu's saying it's one of the reasons they're hyped for the Aragon series on Disney+. TV is by far the best medium for it. You know, we don't talk about the previous movie game adaptations. No. Deus was saying they can appreciate the beginning of Halo 4 addressing it, noting how fucked up the process was, that Halsey and the Spartan program were effectively monsters, and it led into Master Chief finally expressing some questions about himself as a human. Yeah, it's also why ODST's tone and change was fantastic. Yeah, for those of you who didn't get the chance, me and Deus once spent a day just walking around ODST's hub world and just talking about the themes and everything in it. You know, when you start playing as the ODST troopers, who are like, they are the best of the loonies. You know, they are people who agreed to get strapped into a coffin and shot at the ground. Oh yeah, I mean, Fearless, that was a really powerful bit. So Halo Legends followed a short-lived spree of video games and Western adaptations doing like Animu DVDs, like OVAs, which was kind of re-picked up with the Animu Star Wars, which by the way is still very good. And one of those was Halo Legends, where a group of different animation houses did little short films based in the Halo universe. It's very good. And one of them was about one of the Spartan 2 cadets. The kids that had been stolen from their parents and then trained and indoctrinated. One of them escapes and tries to make it home, only to see that their families have either thought they were dead, or they get to see one of the kids who is wheelchair bound and clearly dying of something bad. And they kind of share a look, and it's utterly heartbreaking. utterly heartbreaking. And it really highlights just the feckin' horror that these kids have gone through. Oh, sorry about that. Also, friends, I'm not going to be playing Zero Sevient this evening, or this afternoon, just because I had a look at the publisher, I had a look at the developer, and it turns out there was a demo that was available a couple days ago, and that's the thing that the other people are playing, so they don't have access to the full build like I do. Now, the reason I'm being honest with you about this and my decisions is because the game's fucking great, and I cannot wait to share it. I probably shouldn't be talking about it as openly as I am, but fucking it's gonna slap. And when it does, like, you better be darn sure I'm gonna support it, you know? It's the same team that published Xalavir's Witch Stranding, and it's an indie dev trying to make something different and fresh in the world. Sign me up. Anyway, back to Halo. I absolutely believe you can tell stories in that one, and I think 343 Industries understands how to do big Halo. I mean, Deus, if you'll join me at some point, I'd love to be able to do the Halo Infinite campaign with you on co-op, to do it as like a discuss and deconstruct, because I am fascinated to see how they were able to take a very linear experience and turn it into an open one. But I would really love to see them do more small games in that space. I'd love to see another ODST experience, like in a brightly colored AAA world, Bungie dared to make a film noir, people eye view game about one conflict in this huge galaxy spanning experience. Fearless says, remember that being said about the ODSTs? You have to be the kind of person who's willing to go on a suicide mission and make it back. Yeah. I mean, there's a lot to delve into. I mean, it's one of the reasons why we end up talking about Warhammer 40,000 as much as we do, because it's so ridiculously over the top that the stories of a single person's, of people level experiences in that world can be fascinating. Alright, Rilu, I mean, thank you for dropping a lurk. I'm so glad you had a good time, and thank you for passing on my love to Fred and Emily. I know they've been feckin' swamped. I miss those two, you know? The problem of being different time zones and different friendos, you know? You know what, Fearless? I can see what Mark Brown was saying, that ODST was doing Gone Home before Gone Home. And, I mean, it's one of the things I love about talking about this medium that we're all so bloody into, is the line that led to the emergence of these non-conflict exploration or discovery or detective or just walking sims did come from experiments like ODST and things like that. And Fred, I do like that 40k is dealing with issues of diversity. It's always really hard when you don't want to retcon your experience, but you have legacy issues from the 80s. Yeah, it's real good. It's real good. I mean, Lagmeister, the photogrammetry food from Final Fantasy 15 always fucked me up with how hungry it made me. Oh. But yeah, I find these things fascinating. And it's not just because I want more TV shows about video games. It's more that I want these big IP holders to take stock and consider doing these small little packaged experiences. Like, okay, it wasn't for me, but you know what I really appreciate was Far Cry Primal. A cave, an open world, prehistoric video game, using essentially the Far Cry engine as a spin-off. Like, that's fresh. I unfortunately found a little bit too much of the mainstream Far Cry elements in it. You know, the Ubisoft philosophy of UI and nonsense. It was a little bit too much for me, but I really loved where they were at. I've been talking with a cult game dev, one of the friendos I met at GDC, about getting Jurassic Park Trespasser up and running. But that's a story for another time. Also, as a weird aside, friends, I've been slowly chipping away at Terabane, the game about the game dev making their perfect game that is perfect and has no flaws, and your job is to point out all the bugs and bits that are broken about it, and it's fascinating. Like, it's one of those, it says the loud part quiet, the quiet part loud games, and I love it. There's one bit that I managed to unlock with a lot of finicking. Like, so much fiddly nonsense. That was, you have to create your own game in a fake Unity build where you just pick a bunch of pieces and jam them together. And the dev in question goes on this wonderful discussion about how, you know, once you've made something of your own, it becomes easier to understand the struggles and tribulations that others go through. That no game is made perfect, that no first creation is going to be a success. That, you know, you just have to keep going, and eventually you turn back and realize you're making something good. And then he pauses and goes, "But not me though! My first game is perfect and has no flaws." And I was like, holy shit, it's every GDC talk ever. Really, we need to be kind to ourselves, to understand that nothing we make will be perfect off the bat. Now here's my GDC talk about how everything I made is perfect right off the bat. You can too! Oh! But then again, you don't get a GDC talk agreed upon if you fail, right? You've got to have a massive success first. And I do like that. I do like that. I mean, I don't want to get too much into 40k lore discussions, because I know for the rest of the poor long ship, especially when Fred and I get on it, it gets real into the weeds. But it is nice to see how, especially through the Black Library, a lot of the assumed, you know, sexism and racism that was kind of baked into 40k is being removed and tweaked and changed. And I'm real happy to see that. Although I haven't been able to see any of the new video content stuff because it's on that feckin' Warhammer only platform. Only hams, because it's all hammers. I was recommended a series called, it was like a fan series called Astartes, and I was like, oh shit, this looks real good. No, it's gone. Darn it! On yet another service I can't afford to pay for. Grumble, 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 grumble. But yeah, I will say, I'm glad we didn't keep playing Terabane on stream, because it's a great game, it's worth your time, especially if you've worked on any video games, but you have to kind of get into the guides. Like, there was one whole section of the game I couldn't unlock, and I couldn't work out why. And it was very difficult to try and find out where I had to go, and eventually I just gave up, looked at the guide, and I was like, there's no way I would have done X, Y, and Z to unlock this whole section right here. And Fred, I'd love to see that as well. And you know what? And it is legitimately hard, because like reboots are tricky, and you're never guaranteed that everybody's going to come with you on that. And when it's your main bread and butter, like, friends, Games Workshop as a franchise is kept upright by Space Marines. It is a well-documented fact. The sale of Space Marine miniatures outweighs everything else. Something fierce. So you can't do a full universe retcon, because the chances are that you will lose a lot of people you will lose more people than you will gain. So how do you slowly change things that have been baked in from a franchise that started in the 80s? I mean, thankfully, it shouldn't, air quotes, shouldn't be a problem that a lot of us have to deal with, unless any of you have been sitting on a fantasy IP since, like, 82 and just haven't mentioned it to me. Legally, this is the point where you have to tell me if you've been the head of a gigantic fantasy operation. Yeah, Scotty, the old classic lead stuff. God. Scotty, I got given some pre-Citadel minis from the Lead Belt. There were some really cool, like, cyberpunk minis and stuff like that. Good times. God, and yeah, Fred, that's a whole nother kettle of monkeys. In tabletop in general is the humanoid races with strong strat modifiers, and all this race is almost always this alignment. Yeah. And it's one of those things that may not have come from a place of darkness. Like, I do not think that Tolkien sat down and went, I'm going to design a bunch of fantasy archetypes that will be used in terrible, terrible means for the rest of forever. Yeah, Scotty, you might need some ibuprofen as well, friend. Scotty was saying that most of them are just wizards and orcs, skeletons, and they're 40 years old. Yup. For those of you who don't know, Citadel Miniatures was was forged by buying up all of the lead miniature companies in the Midlands and basically bundling them up into one entity. And for ages, like, that was why all the expensive minis were lead and the crappy minis were plastic. I mean, Phyllis, I see no problem with that. I see no problem with that. God, it'd be funny as fuck. I mean, also, it's worth saying that Games Workshop have been taking a very strong stance on, you know, if you're a hateful piece of shit, you're not welcome, which has been nice to see. It's been real nice to see. Anyway, so friendos, apologies for the multi breaks. I'm just going to grab myself some more water. I'm feeling fine. I don't feel ill. But I'm also trying to be careful and make sure I'm staying properly hydrated and fed and everything. And then we have a wonderful choice of things we can do. I promise I won't use you all to... I won't weaponize you all to engage my Peglin addiction. It is a shame that Hardcore Mecha wasn't a better game to stream. Such a fun one. Such a fun one. God. Okay, but before we get into some video games, when I get back, we need to talk about metalcore. Because I realized we have gone through the whole day, and I haven't talked about my flip out, Will lost his feckin' noodle rage fest. Because you know me, I am not the sort to rage out. And yet I did. Also, I'm going to inflict upon you some Final Fantasy jams, so they don't end while I'm around. Yeah, Fred, I'm going to talk about... I might even play a video game. Kaimball keeps getting confused because they love metalcore music. Alright. I'll tell you about it when I get back. To be continued! Don't go anywhere! Hello, hello. I have returned. With many great tales, many adventures, and a slightly badly thought out strong bad accent. Oh, I'm Vanderbeest. Thank you for filling the pint class. So what were we having a natter about before? My apologies, friends. So I did think to mix it up. What if, friends? What if I threw to you something completely unexpected? Like I'm talking slow form, cutie patootie, like 2D watercolor styly game. I'm talking like check this out. I'm talking adorable as all hell. Like, because I'm not gonna be cheeky. I'm not gonna do some embargo breaking. As it pains me. I mean, oops, excuse me on that one. Yeah, Vanderbeest, I got the good ones. I got the good ones.
Reactor online. Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
Is the pain real? Embarwigo? Kappa.
XD Johnny XP, how are you doing, friend? Watto and welcome once more! 42 months. That is an inordinate amount of time. Oh yeah, Wolfgrad, we can absolutely do that game another day. Right, we got the power. Aww. Well, Johnny, it is lovely to see you. And I hope work wasn't too stressful. I hope things were going good. Honestly, like, I guess because I've been away for an extra day, I've missed everybody. So we've literally just been chatting for 3 hours. And Hookshot, how are you doing, friend? Watto and welcome! I guess in my heart of hearts, friends, I couldn't break embargo. I couldn't do it. Even with good intentions. Speaking of Redacted, wasn't that an in-joke at one point? I think Redacted was something that you lot were using. Now, Placeholder keeps cancelling on me, and one day I will pin them down for a proper interview. But they keep shifting around. Johnny said that work was hot. UK isn't under heat wave. Yeah, we were talking with Kimball and Peeps earlier, and sadly, UK heat wave 2 electric boogaloo seems very real. Very, very real. Hookshot, that is lovely to hear. That's lovely to hear. Well, perhaps Redacted was a thing and it just dropped out of my head. There's been so much. There's been so much. But yeah, so what I think I'm going to do, friends, is I think I'm going to inflict upon all of you a gorgeous, gorgeous hand-drawn game. It's only like an hour or so long, and I think it's kind of perfect for today, you know? Assuming it's on the list. It is. It is. So we'll have a little natter for a little while longer while my tea cools. Because I made myself a great big cuppa. I didn't want to make any more coffee because I couldn't stomach another whole pot. And it takes too long to make a little stovetop espresso. Volchiponi, Watto friend. Hello, hello. So Fred. My tea blend today is a mix of the Tazo or Tazo, or whatever it's pronounced. The Tazo Wild Orange and just standard English breakfast black leaf. So it's got a nice kind of like summery vibe to it, but there's still caffeine enough to keep it going. Ah, okay. Metalcore, not the music genre. All right. So Sunday I was extremely run down, and I was like, oh, I'm not feeling so hot, so I crashed early, I napped, I went to bed, and Monday morning I woke up and I was like, oh, I'm not doing too badly. So I sit down to do work, open my emails, and I've got an email about a game called Metalcore. I see giant robots, I see sci-fi, and I'm like, fuck yes. Even Fiona told me from the other room, was like, yo, did you see this email? I'm like, what? Like, yo, it's Metalcore. I'm like, what? Real excited about it. Real excited. And I'm bouncing in my chair. I'm real happy. But then I got to look for the Steam page. There's no Steam page, which is usually a bit where my brain goes, curious. It's not necessarily a warning sign, but it's never a big thumbs up win. So I'm like, all right, well, it's kind of strange. Maybe they're waiting. Maybe they're going to do Steam page later on. Strange they'd be sending out emails about it pre-page, but okay. So I go to the website, and it is fucking disaster. Okay, no, the website very well designed. The game looks pretty good, apart from the infantry combat, which looks hot dog shit. The rest of it, by dog shit, sorry, I should clarify. It does not look like it is polished. It looks like white box pre-alpha first-person shooter, but the vehicle-to-vehicle combat looks chunky and heavy and weighty, and I'm like, feck, yes. I mean, Lucky, I don't see what that has to do with the price of tea. I mean, we are no friend of the mouse here, but anyway. So I'm trundling through. I'm trundling through the Metalcore website. Who's blepping at me? Don't blep. Bleppeth not. Yes, lest ye be blepped. All right. Yeah. Oh no, Wolfcrad. No, this isn't the publisher is Full Crypto. This is a nasty NFT play-to-earn scummy creation. And the more I read into it, the worse it gets. Miyaki Sakura, Wato. Now, if you want to see my full rant, it's on YouTube or TikTok, because I hadn't started to feel sick yet. So I just was like, no, you know what? I'm just gonna go raw, because it's rare that I will engage the angry side, but sometimes you've gotta, and this was one of them. Now, some of you may or may not be aware that there are still some NFT projects kicking around in gaming. Now, we've seen a massive decline, huge distrust from users. Like, being an NFT game right now is a death nail. Some are still persisting, alright, and some have strange NFTer lock-ins. So, like, from Square Enix, for all their bluster, Square Enix have done a thing where with certain physical merch purchases, you get a NFTer as well. Alright, thank it. It's no skin off my nose, I don't like it, but not enough to lose sleep over. And the slow-moving car crash, the Schadenfreude delivery method, which is Dr. Disrespect's video game, the way they did it was you had to purchase a NFTer to gain access to the, what was it, like the bi-weekly builds? And so, oh yes, and also it kind of, I think their whole thing works as a DAO, in that people who own NFTers get voting rights in the game's production. Again, the thing looks mediocre, and the production of it feels like the ultimate infinite crunch hellscape. My sympathies go out to everybody working on the Dr. Disrespect game. But this one, Metalcore, is so much worse. So, not only are the characters that you play as nufters, so your character is a thing that you have to buy or buy from somebody else. Alright. Mechs are the same, but can also be rented. So if you can't afford to buy a mech, you rent it from another player. There are also land barons that own swaths of the world for mining rights that then pay people to battle for them, thus creating this like system of landlords. Like, you don't get a robot unless you either shell out for one or you work for somebody else in a pay-to-earn scheme. So basically, to even get to pilot, you have to buy into the pyramid scheme of. It is so saturated with this rancid nonsense that you can't divorce it, you know? The Dead by Daylight team got dragged over the coals, and that was just because one of their in-game models got used by another company to sell nufters. Whereas this thing is an absolute sea of shite. Yeah, play with me now, my fellow indentured servant. And again, there has been one play-to-earn game that has been very prolific. I won't say successful, because they've been hacked multiple times. I wouldn't even say hacked, they've been phished multiple times. But it is like a CCG Tamagotchi style game. And what has ended up happening is that you get these barons, and the barons lend out stuff to players. Yes, the one, Fred, the one that's popular in the Philippines. It's the one that was featured in Line Goes Up. And one of the things that's come to happen is that these barons form guilds. And the thing is, you need to be part of one of these groups to be able to play, because you can't afford to buy in. But you're only allowed to stay in these groups if you make enough money. Axel Infinity, that's it. If you make enough money to be worth being in this guild. So essentially, you have to be hitting your quota to be able to play. And they want to do that with giant robots. I mean, Fred, of course their economy's having problems. They're falling into all the traps that MMOs and other titles have dealt with for 1,000 years. Except for, there's the perceived real monetary value on the lines. There's a reason why nobody else has done this. Was it Europa? Entropa? The MMO where you can cash out your currency. That's about one of the only ones. And that's shady as. Again, people make games and done some great stuff on it. And so the idea that that's the model that this team are emulating for their giant robot game. And here's the kicker. The email that I got said nothing about any of this. It said nothing. There was not a single mention of nufters. There was not a single mention of any of these things. I could have very well been like, oh, hey, yeah, no, sign me up. Let's fucking go. Like, and at what point would have it been revealed had I not looked at the website? And again, we're not talking about a game that is adding nufter support or that is doing it as a funding methodology. No, it is a play-to-earn shitfest that you can't pull out of a system like that when it's so integrated. Like, basically your entire inventory system in that game is going to be nufter bollocks. You can't just turn around later on and go, nufters aren't working, we're going to go back to traditional games. Nah. And I was so mad. I was so mad. So I flipped my lid at it. And when you have to pretend that you're not doing something scummy to get the interest of individuals like myself, if you have to hide that in your emails, then you're doing something wrong. And I'm so mad. I'm still angry. In fact, I posted it on TikTok and then reposted it on YouTube because I took the day to sit on it and was still mad. Ehrman, Charles Dickens,
Please, sir, can I buy the Please, sir, can I be allowed to play this video game?
So mad! Now, the good news is that, friends, like, this business model is not taking off. And what we are seeing is the last vestiges of individuals trying to appeal to the last grasps of what was the new hotness. Now, I don't know where, like, speculative investment's going to go on this. Some people still think that the metaverse concept and the Web 3 is going to continue to garner finances, but NFTs are on the out. Like, even in that space. But what's fascinating is that the digital footprint of it will be felt for a while. One of the fascinating things yesterday, friends, was just posting about it and including NFT in my post. I got multiple bots following me just off the bat, just because that was all my thing said. And I started having a look at some of these projects. I went to Metalcore's social, and I was like, shit, they have 20k followers for an unproven project, like an unproven mech game with little to no pre-marketing in the gaming or nerd space. I was like, how is this happening? It turns out the sheer amount of the NATTER arena that is just populated by bots is horrifying. Because theoretically, there's money involved, there are easy ways to scam individuals. Like, it is entirely possible through multiple... Yeah, wheeler dealer! What, oh friends? Video games are great. Yeah, J-Post, it's by bots for bots. So you can create false engagement. You can create this fake perception that users want the game in the way you're making it, when really, no one wants it. Scotty, a very popular video. I mean, popular by our standards, right? You know, with the Viking blonde nonsense, they're still mad about Metalcore's got like 50 views. But Attica, try saying it like avocado, it's fun, got 18. And no one has accused Nathan Grayson of being a simp yet. It still cracks me up that the Murder, She Wrote Agent 47 episode is at 14k. Oh shit! Did I tell you? Scotty informed me of why that is. So on YouTube, because I've had a YouTube account since before Rally Point, I actually made it so that I could learn how to make YouTube videos. If you go by most popular video, my most popular video is the VOD of Hitman 2, where I put on the Jessica Fletcher, yes, she killed them all, Photoshop I did 1,000 years ago. It's got 14,000 views and is the most hated video on the channel. And here's the reason. Scotty found out it's been added to a Murder, She Wrote playlist automatically. So there's loads of people who keep trying to watch videos and clips of Murder, She Wrote that keep coming across this. So they're going through like a little Jessica Fletcher kicker, and suddenly they get me hanging out in Ket's back room, assassinating people with Agent 47. And in fairness, I did play the Murder, She Wrote theme. But... yeah, so Wolfgrad, we finally cracked it. And Deus, I don't disagree. Okay, Nufters, I definitely disagree with. As I said, I've met individuals that have done fascinating things with blockchain technology for video games. And like long before Nufters. But sadly, none of those projects succeed because it's too expensive to run the tech comparable to doing it the old-fashioned way. You know? There's nothing really to be... The very methodology by which cryptocurrency is created, or cryptocurrency tech, makes it too expensive to use in a sensible manner. And if it were cheaper to create, then it wouldn't have value. So it's just easier to have a traditional database and go from there, you know? And here's the thing, it's vulnerable to attack because it's a garbage piece of tech. Like, it's not ready. And it... yeah, anyway. Yeah, Soviet, it was like Titus knew. Although, sorry, this is a complete tangent, and this isn't against you, Soviet, at all. The fact that that's called a cringy laugh... Okay, it is cringy when taken out of context, but if you've ever played Final Fantasy X, you know the whole point is, like, Yuna's just dealt with, like, a whole bunch of fucking dead people. Like, in the wake of basically a kaiju attack, as Yuna's been the only... I forget her official title, but she's the one who has to lay the souls to rest so they don't become monsters. She's just had to do, like, 150 fucking funerals all at once, and is miserable and depressed and sad. So Titus basically does the biggest, loudest, like, fake laugh to try and cheer her up. You know, like, come on! Let's laugh at the clouds so that you're not depressed from all this death we've just handled. Oh, Scotty's saying the Murder, She Wrote VOD is actually in 2 playlists. One of them is another. But yeah. I mean, one thing I will say, just jumping back on, like, digital membership and things that allow you to share stuff between titles. There are systems that allow you to do that. It's limited per platform on what you can do, but it is doable. And again, so long as the user's experience is fine. I mean, Steam already has the infrastructure in place for you to have an item that you move around. It's not truly unique, but it is. So, like, you can get a gun in CSGO, you can put a stat track on it, you can name it, you can shoot 69 people with it and call it nice, and then you can give that or sell that to another person. Like, you've created a unique object, you've sold it. If you were then able to tie that into unlockables, similar to, like, the Dota 2, the season passes that they tend to do around the Invitational. Wow, that was my remembering things dance. You could absolutely bust out some cool stuff. Like, I love that it is entirely possible to do the good concepts that people have put forward. Like, the creativity in that respect doesn't need to go anywhere. It's just, like, NFTs are expensive, they are massively wasteful in a technological sense, they are incredibly vulnerable to attack, and they seem to have brought out the shittiest people. And, you know what? Going back to Metalcore for a second, I genuinely feel for the development team. There was a possibility of having a really solid, like, mech, infantry, air battle game that allowed you to blend all these different elements together and have a great time. The mech combat feels it looks wonderful. I can't say how it feels. But yeah, I feel for every person working on that project, because the rancid monetization method means that I will never go near it for 1,000 years. That shit is radioactive. And I will actively tell others to avoid that product. Though I did have, like, a shower thought last night that's like, how much money would they have to give me to change my opinion? It's not as much as you might think. Look, I'm indie as shit. If Mr. Microsoft comes over here and is like, yo, 7 figures for the long ship, I'll be like, long con. Sorry, but that's another story. That's another story. Well, so Wolfgrad, this is definitely one of those situations where once it is baked into the title, nah, Deus, that's not enough. If you move the decimal place and then double it, maybe. But my calculations are mostly based on how can I make sure that I'd be able to support this little household and all the animals. Like, you'd think I would make those calculations based on myself. Nah. Nice try, Mother Hubbard. Nice try. Anyway, sorry, friends. I don't mean to get into the numericals of morals. And Wolfgrad, it's one of those things whereby, like, I'm not going to spit in the face of people working on NATTER projects. And like I said, when I saw the dev team behind Storybook Brawl, I felt sad for them. I really did. Like, a great project was essentially killed because whoever was in charge of their money made a deal with the devil. You know, they made a deal in a space that nobody wanted, and now the project it's gone. I'm sure it'll still linger around in that way that, you know, free-to-play projects do, like half living, half dead, half in, half out. But I feel for him, and Wolfgrad, I feel for the team on that. Like, you weren't the only person that mentioned, like, oh shit, like, I know people in this space. But unfortunately, when it comes to certain things, you have to take a responsibility. You know? And, you know, even when it comes to pre-orders, which I'm vehemently against, you know, I'm not going to directly hate on people that do pre-order games. I'm going to advise them against. And I'm not going to hate on dev teams and stuff that do it. It's just, NFTs represent such a rancid corruption of the art form that I love. That is to say, specifically the play-to-earn business model. It turns games into this horrible second job, this horrible value proposition. How much is my free time worth? How much am I making? And if you're not making enough, then you're on the lower rungs at the behest of those that are. You're essentially in a class system in video games. And not even the difference between those who bought the game and those who are playing it free. I mean, between those who have stupid money and those who don't. Salem says, hey now, don't drag Rancid into this nonsense. Their music is a delight. Sorry. The reason I laugh is, and this is completely off topic, Gundam Thunderbolt has this whole thing where they talk about jazz. Like, mech combat, mech fighting is like jazz. It's improvisational, but with its own strange rhythm, and the back and forth and the competing notes. People have taken to redubbing it with different music. One of them was Rancid, that was very funny. But the best one so far is changing all the jazz in Gundam Thunderbolt to ska, and how fucking well it works. Yeah, you gotta listen to the weapons the mech is not firing. Although, Fearless, in Thunderbolt that makes sense because the amount of fake outs the Zaku's able to do because the weapons they're not using. J-Post, if I can find the video again, I'll share it with. I mean, you know I love, like, Allegorous mech combat. I still think about Heaven Will Be Mine. But none of us need to be any warmer today, so I'll say no more. Although I did start thinking the other day about how Heaven Will Be Mine would work as an action game. Like, could you translate that into something? Like, could you translate that whole thematics into actual actionable combat? But I think I'm too British to have that conversation on Twitch.television. You know what, friends? I think I reserve the right to just chat with you all for a bit longer. Like I said, I've got a super cutie patootie game that I do want to show you. And I'm not going to be breaking any fucking embargoes. Even though I really want to yell about the game because it's good. I'm just going to tweet that feeling when you want to break the embargo, but only because the game is really good. But yeah, no, thank you for letting me rant about that one, because the giant robot genre is woefully underserviced, at least for now. Like, we've got Armored Core coming, we've got more of the Gundam series being released in the West, which is lovely. Because I was ill, I still haven't had a chance to play the SD Gundam demo. Like, heck can we? As I said, lag, fearless. I'm not ready to work out the logistics of this. I am too British today. Does anyone have money and they want to have less money? Does anyone actively want to have less cash in their pockets? Because alongside the official site, Fangamer have a bunch of Sea of Thieves merch. And one of them is a Pirate Lord desk mat that is the whole of the Sea of Thieves as this, like, arty-farty setup. It's not to scale, but it's got the names of all the islands roughly laid out. So you couldn't use it to chart a voyage, but the islands are all named. God, if I had the green, I tell you, I would go get my my Sea of Thieves legend tat. I don't know where I put it, just somewhere along here. Maybe like there. God. It's very hard these days now that, and it's a good thing, but tattoo parlors aren't taking walk-ins anymore. They're doing by appointment only because of the lurg and stuff, which I completely understand. It's completely smart of them. But it means that my disorganized ass, or at least outside of stream, disorganized ass, is finding it very difficult to get more tattoos. There's also the price of them. That's another story. Alright, so I tell you what, friends, let's boot up a cutie patootie super art game. Lagmeister, I would disagree. I don't think it's missing a shark plush. I think the exact opposite. How about no woe? Kymbles has got their first day sesh booked for their final space shoulder tattoo. Nice. I mean, the amount of game tattoos that I need to get, you know. I feel like I should still get the crow with the red sneakers from the club, because that's kind of iconic. I need to get a one, and you know what? I keep thinking about one shot, and I kind of realized that it's only really like me and maybe Captain Steph and a few others that remember the OG playthrough of one shot, but that's because it was a very much a before times kind of venture. You know what I mean? No, Mario. No, Mario. Where are my tunes? Fucking where are my tunes? Where did you go? Oh heck, where are my tunes? I can imagine some rain now. Yeah, and Strays. One Shot was such a good game, but I don't think it's one we've really had the chance to explore as the Longship as a whole, you know? The Great Hall does need some additions, because the last thing we added was the Outer Wilds. And I really want to get the address to the center of the universe on the wrist. Just need more fucking time, you know? I mean, friends, that's... As far as I can tell, like, that's the reason I got sick. Is I hadn't stopped since before Fiona went into hospital. And then, as Fiona was starting to get back on her feet, Caffeine's been staying with us. He's away for this week, but yeah. And then, everything just kept happening. Now I've had a couple of days to, like, actually recover and breathe. I'm doing better. But I won't lie, friends, it was getting very much to final scene in Amadeus levels. Fucking wee. Anyway, sorry, I don't mean to whinge. Right. So this is the cutie patootie game that I've been wanting to share with you all for a while, and it's only a short one, but it's a gorgeous little point and click that I've wanted to share with you all for ages. And as yet, you know, there hasn't been the right time. It's only about like an hour and change, so it doesn't really fit in for a full day. But, I mean, when you see this, you will understand why I wanted to show it to you. Because it is nice, and it is cute, and it's kind of slow, and it's very adorable. So, without further ado, let's get this started. Oh, sorry, I should have given you the spiel. So this is a point-and-click puzzle adventure. And it is based on a series of award-winning books by Ukrainian artist Oksana Blua? And we play as a little cute... we play as a cute little forest spirit, making some friends and doing cute shit. And honestly, it just feels like the right game for today, you know? Plus the backlighting makes me look much cooler than I really am. I'll give poor Scotty a second to drop a marker. Lagmeister, this is not embargoed. This game came out in like 2018, 2019? Actually, I can tell you. This came out in... Oh, okay, it came out in 2020. So it was lost in a lot of carnage. And I guess that's why I had it earmarked, was because, you know, it's the kind of adorable sort of title that... It's the kind of adorable sort of title that I think we needed in 2020. Lagmeister says, no, Hades, how we keep track of time? Well, I figured this week I didn't get the chance to do a setup, and last week we hit 2 huge milestones in one day. Like, friends, there was no way I was going to be able to do anything today that was going to compare to that, you know? So instead, you get cute shit. You get cute shit and you're going to like it. You're going to be calm, and you're going to be charmed, and it's going to be adorable. Do you hear me? Our first goal was to make a cup of tea. Look at how fucking cute this is. Yeah, we're gonna make some tea. So we get a big old dewdrop off a leaf, cook that stuff up real good. Okay, Strake says this reminds him of Dropsy. I assure you, there is no Dropsy elements in this. And I think we've got to... stash up on the herb. Today's episode. Okay, so we need to combine the berries with the bag to make a tea bag. So there we go. Sorry. So, this, unlike Dropsy, is not haunting. It's just adorable. That's it. No dialogue. It's all conveyed via, like, images and sound and animation. And Strags, that might be your horror blindness, but we can go for a check. So, friendos. Made a cup of tea. Oh man, there's a fucking leaf over there. I don't know where this game wants us to go, but I'm going back to soft moss bed. I'm going to sip tea and I'm going to read a book. Because that's the life we're living today. Friends, Strager and I were chatting about this over the weekend, because Strags came over to help me look after Amos whilst Fiona was away. And we were talking about horror blindness. That the idea that it can be hard, that some individuals don't see elements as horror. They just kind of see them as, well, as not. And that's why I was going to say, like, how many of you are aware of Dropsy the Clown? Right, just give me a cheeky show of hands. Got to make sure we're collecting all the plants. Have a little trundle around the forest. Being great big tiny cutie. I'm a tiny cutie. Lagmeister, I feel like you may have had your teabagging instructions slightly mixed up there. Oh no! Someone made that hay bale sad. If I find out any of you pushed the hay bale over... nah, they were... didn't check their basket. Spread mushrooms everywhere. Obviously, I would never, ever, ever condone the use of illegal substances on this Twitch.television. But imagine... just imagine, if you will, the possibility of this game on psychotropics. I'm just suggesting a possibility. And I would absolutely never suggest that one consume those psychotropics as a tea, as it would go very well with how people are knowing. Yeah, see, we got you, buddy. Patch up that basket good as new. Now stop running around like a dingus next time you're collecting mushrooms. Tell you, what are we going to do with this person, eh? Oh shit, we got a free mushroom. Nice. I love how we spent the entire morning talking about, like, over-the-top, action-packed, like, emergent narrative multiplayer games. And then it's like, nah, fuck all that. We're going to play an adorable point-and-click with no dialogue and a cup of tea. So going back, Strays was saying that they haven't come across another PNC, which used visual bubbles to communicate besides... Oh! And the point and click. Okay. I mean, I've come across a few. The one with the cutie patootie robots in... And ironically, weirdly, Guardian Heroes, while not a point and click, always feels to me like the quintessential, let's just do it with icons. Alright, so we got to... Alright, so we need to find the phone to call the squirrel. Because apparently Squirrel's not taking calls right now. I can't believe we're getting our shit screened by a bloody squirrel. A Lagmeister, that sounds very much like a Vice series that I would absolutely watch. So we can't get across there. Although we did get everybody's phone numbers. Also, I will say, playing something that is just a cool stroll through the forest on another bloody warm day seems like a great idea. Now, Lagmeister, once again, obviously, I have never, ever, ever consumed illegal substances. And nor would I condone that on this Twitch.television. But if in theory I ever had, it's not something I want to do repeatedly for a series. Now, obviously, this is second-hand knowledge. I've never experienced this. But with a lot of these situations, you need to pre-plan in advance and have what is referred to as a trip sitter. This is an individual whose job it is to make sure that nobody's having a bad time. So I guess fox, rabbit, squirrel? And so the thing that worries me there is the logistics. Sailors is a person who doesn't indulge, they've been served as trip sitter more than once, which is lovely. Now, you can end up requiring a trip sitter for the Devil's Lettuce, as I have unfortunately done by getting... I'm going to call the fox up first. That Mother Hubbard's going to know what's up. I have gotten too high in the past. P-balls. I can't believe you've done this. Like a coconut phone, maybe? There we go. Alright, now we have a receiver. Try to call the bloody fox. Bloody livid, I tell me. None of these bloody services work around here. Okay, so it seems that the fox is currently sleeping with the rabbit and was mad to find out that we weren't in fact the rabbit. That's bullshit. But sorry, Lagmeister, in theory, it would be interesting to see which games have what effect on psychotropics. Because, I mean, they temporarily and fundamentally alter your brain chemistry. I mean, okay, all drugs do, you know what I mean, but one of the things that psychotropics can do, dependent on the type, and again, this is all theory, none of it confirmed, none of it consumed, obviously, is that certain psychotropics essentially affect, like, distance and scale. That can be a big one. That's kind of why a lot of those, like, infinite, I forget what they're called. The images that you can zoom in on infinitely and stuff like that. That's why a lot of those tend to be very popular with individuals who are very, very tripping balls. But I wonder if that's a thing that's wanted in games. Like, what experiences lead to a good and what leads to a certain level of conflict? I'm still going to call up the rabbit and give them shit. But I'm pretty sure we're going to have to call Squirrel. Squirrel! It's not even the right place. Also, Honest Rogue, it's not necessarily an amplifier for all experiences, but you are right that it does accent them. And anxiety can be a bad... Anxiety can be a bad one. Now, sometimes, theoretically, again, we're just going to blanket state that all of this conversation is all theoretical, and none of us have ever consumed illegal substances, in theory. But sometimes it can help with anxiety because the edge of euphoric takes that away, and then the general sense of like shapes and colors and the kind of the sparkle to it can create a nice calming situation. But there is there are bad trips, and those aren't necessarily because of bad substances, but bad brain space. And the one thing that you cannot do is think your way out of a trip. A good trip sitter will be there to help you lean into it and try not to fight against it, which, again, I hope is an experience that none of you ever have. Because the interesting thing with alcohol is that you can fight against it, and that can be an ideal situation. But with psychotropics, theoretically letting them run their course in a calm manner can be a lot more pleasant an experience than trying to think yourself into the space. Now, yes, sometimes you can get too high, and sometimes you have to reconstruct your sense of self. You have to kind of build your own psyche back together inside your brain, and it's weird. Friends, the term psychonauts is not just a cool thing that Tim Schafer came up with. It's a term for people who explore their own psyche through a lot of psychotropics. I've met a few psychonauts in my time. There was one guy, actually, who was at Loretta's, which was the little bar down in South Park near where I was staying for that spell. And dude had been taking substances for probably longer than I've been alive. But he had a wonderfully grounded sense of self and was very much in for, I don't know, the empathy that came from exploration of the self, which I think is fascinating. But another person I met who was a hell of a psychonaut, they weren't there, you know? Even stone cold sober, they weren't there. They'd look at you, but there was nothing behind the eyes. And that's always a little bit scary. Anyway, let's call it that. I really wish I could just send this clip to El Dirty Squirrel and be like, Squirrel! Squirrel, I'm calling you on the damn phone! Hey, Squirrel! Hang on, let me call him up first before I yell at him. The Squirrel! Squirrel, pick up the damn phone! Squirrel! Let me in! Stop! There we go! Oh, I had a... Fucking manners, Squirrel. I was already knocking. Let's see what's inside the treehouse, children. Ah. Oh. If y'all don't clip that, I'm gonna. Is he charging me $25 for a health kit in his own house? Did we make him a cup of tea? Or did we just bring it with us? Yeah, Vanderbeest, you get it. Ah! Actually, I do have a mushroom for you. Huh. I kind of thought he was going to eat the mushroom rather than use it for construction. And there's Squirrel with a picture of his really big mushroom. living his little best life. Why is there a tiny storm cloud there? Oh, because it's a stormy mushroom. Ah, how silly am I? I should have known that. Now, obviously, again, J-Po says, what are we in this game? Fucking cute. Like, how dare you? We're fucking adorable. Ah, piss, I made it rain. Hey friends, remember that time that I accidentally stabbed the storm shroom and flooded the squirrel? Sorry, flooded Rabbit's house. Do you remember that? But now it's time to collect some fat mushrooms. So many fat mushrooms. Sorry, I know I shared it in Discord, but it's one of those parts of human history that continues to make me laugh. It's like, do you all ever think about the first squad of people to try mushrooms? It's like, this one tastes like beef, this one killed Kevin instantly, and this one made Dave see God for 2 weeks. And I want the backpack this person has. I mean, I don't actually think I could pull off the squirrel backpack, but... Oh. No. It's one of those things that I do think about a lot, is how we're allowed to talk about drugs and consumption and stuff in varying forms of media. I'm sorry, I've probably told you this story like 1,000 times, but my stepdad growing up was a roadie. And so he would quite happily tell us stories of tales from the road at the dinner table while we were growing up. And it meant that, one, there was never any kind of like illicit appeal to drugs growing up because I knew all about them. Like, there wasn't really anything people could like do or say to surprise me on that one, you know? I mean, I still remember him telling a story about how to make a bong out of a Coke can, and the one time that yeah, you know what, I can't tell that story on Twitch, but oh boy, I did find out that the term "No Sleep Till Brooklyn" wasn't just a catchy Beastie Boys song, but was in fact a music industry term for touring across the East Coast. No prizes for guessing what it was that allowed them to not sleep till Brooklyn. But no, and the reason why I think about this is because it was something that was openly talked about in my family. Like, I knew, like, what to beware of, you know, how to be safe. Yes, I did still get accidentally munted on some homemade edibles. And I still can't listen to the Gorillaz Feel Good Inc. without remembering that disastrous decision that I made in my life. But sorry, friends, I don't mean to get into my personal philosophies on this. It's just, I don't know. Having that kind of informal grounding in varying substances has definitely served me well throughout my life. I've never been in a situation where someone's gone, "Hey, do you want X?" And I've gone, "What's that?" Oh yeah, Honest Rogue, it's a great song. And of course, like, even with my, say, background, there's still so much that I don't know. Alright, so what did Squirrel want? I've got to buy him off with shrooms before he'll let me do the thing. Alright, what did you want again, Squirrel? You want a big one, a little one, a small one, and a red one. Cool. Oh, and a big chunky one. Alright, so we got a big one. Okay, you can have that one first. Oh, the red one's just kind of cute. Oh, okay. So here's what we... Oh, okay, so we need to make 25 in weight to bring the branch down. There we go. No, so I'm just going to add that even with all my experiences and knowledge, there was still stuff I didn't know. Like, it was ages before I found out why people wore pacifiers at raves. Fun fact, that one. I'm sorry, friends. I don't mean to just tell you fictional drug stories about situations that have absolutely never happened. If any of you want to pick the next conversation topic, Fred. Oh, it's because things like ecstasy and MDMA can cause you to kind of grind your teeth and kind of lock your jaw. I said, "Nice one, brother." So the pacifier is to help kind of protect your teeth. It also stops you from chewing your gums off and stuff, because substances like cocaine theoretically can numb your mouth if you're rubbing it on your gums, or if it's very, very strong, because you inhale it, it numbs the front of your face. Have you ever seen someone at a pub or a club or a bar who looks wired out their eyes and is chewing on their gums? I was told that term was referred to as gurning, but it has colloquial names across. That is someone who has taken a large amount of cocaine and can't feel their cheeks, so they're chewing on them absent-mindedly. There you go, knowledge. Asari says, any tips the crew uses to stay cool in the blazing heat? Okay. Now, these are ones that, thankfully, this squad is very experienced with. So what do you have access to? Because we can tell you the classics, you know, freezer t-shirt, or the old towel around the neck, which, so long as you're staying hydrated, is fine. You know, bottle of water in the freezer, all those kind of ones. But making yourself a swamp cooler is not a bad shout, which is ice, bucket, fan. So the cold air coming off of the bucket is then pumped through the fan towards you, which is really good. So Asari, what I recommend is with a cooling towel, get like a flannel, rinse one, so soak one, squeeze it out, pop that in the freezer, get a cold one and put it over your neck, and then rotatey-potatey whilst staying hydrated. As Elle says, yes, make sure the fan you're using doesn't have frayed wiring. Yeah. Box fans are ideal. But essentially, just like a fan that's blowing the cold air coming up off the ice is great. In fact, these were sent by Lyris 1,000 years ago, but these are what I use. So these are what's referred to colloquially as swamp coolers. So in here, you put water or ice water, and then coming through. So then as the vapor comes up from the icy water, it's then sprayed, it's then blown this way to help cool the room out. It's real nice. These ones are lovely because they're very quiet. But like, we've got an AC unit in the other room, and I just have fans on the floor here keeping it through. As Salem says, ice helps with a swamp cooler, but it's not critical. Oh, and Salem's saying that freezing is fine, but just a wet, like, neckerchief or a towel is actually better. Like, excuse me, thank you. Like, honestly, and Asari, taking a nice cool shower intermittently, like, that can be a real good way to level your body temperature out. I don't know if you're a drinker, but one of the things that I did during the heat wave here in the US, admittedly, it got up to 108, which I can't remember what that is in real measurements. I think that's like close to 40, 42. Someone can do the math for me. But during that point, friends, I went in the bath with a bottle of like $7 bubbly wine and just sat in there. And hell, like, sorry, some of the classics are still some of the best. If you've got a bucket, if you've got a bucket or the ilk, just put some cold water in a bucket, stick your feeties in, and let your body's circulation do the rest. Another one that I've been shown, basically because I'm a ginger, and the chances of heat stroke are very real, is running your wrists under cold, because the circulation will help move that cooling effect around. It's probably not great for you, but feck it. Anyway, who wants to do math? We need 1 baby shroom, a medium shroom. Oh, so 2 babies, 2 medium, and 2 chunk lords? How many chunk lords have I got? So right. Big chunk here. Big chunk here. 2 of you. So that's 13. 13. No, wait, no, that's 26. Get out of here. So 18, 19, 20, 21. And then... Shit! I don't have enough baby shrooms to make it up. So 9 is 18. And 4 is... No, wait, no. And then plus 4 is 22. So yeah, we've got the perfect amount. I'm just going to shut up now. Good at maths. Let's go. Woohoo! Squirrel! Although I will say, friends, this whole scene is far, far funnier if you imagine it is, in fact, El Dirty Squirrel. That's the go-to play. Sorry says they're tempted to get a kid's swimming pool. Oh shit, I did it! Oh, what a lovely little game. How long did that take us? That was real cute. Salem was adding that on the heat tips, the rest is more about dealing with the house. Block off the windows that get sunlight. Any light colour is fine. Don't need to tinfoil line like some folks sometimes. Hey, it made us look real cool. And if you're getting cool nights, then throw the windows open to cycle cooler air in before. A kiddie pool that you have in the shade is great for feedies or body soaking and staying cool. Yep. But what a lovely little journey that was, friends. I'll just I'll pop us back to chatting. I thought that was an hour, not 40 minutes, but I am very glad that I got to share that game with you all. Because it's one of those that's just, it's too short for a proper day of the Vidya gaming. In fairness, Fred, there was only really kind of like one main math puzzle, and we kind of beasted it, but I did miss 2 achievements. Maybe it's because Squirrel was, because Fox and Hare were being arseholes. Squirrel had our back. Nah, and again, Fred, it's all good. It's all good. Let's be honest, a larger portion of these games are kind of more they're a lovely way to facilitate having a chat. And I think that's grand. Also, I think it was Lagmeister who was saying, so it does look like tomorrow is when Cultist Simulator comes out. So, as much as it pains me, we could do it tomorrow. Complete with Twitch integration nonsense. So that would mean tomorrow, Thursday, would be Cultist Sim, then Sea of Thieves Friday, then Cypher, big group puzzle game on Saturday, leading into the Sober Meet Saturday night. Oh no! Kybel, I'm sorry. Well, I am sorry that sleep was not forthcoming, but your conversation and your company was very welcome, so hopefully you get some decent sleep, friend. Here's hoping. I'm probably not great for helping with people getting to sleep, but I'm definitely going to continue making sure that peeps are accompanied at the very least. Fearless, no worry. I mean, Fearless, you've seen me on those events. I tend to, I'll be dancing around and saying hello to just about everybody. But Caffeine might be with us, and if any other Longshipians want to come on up, like Squad, it will be in GameWorks. GameWorks is back, so it does mean that there will be video games to play if you need to take a beat from all the high-speed sober nonsense. Asari's looking for a paddling pool and found an inflatable shark head. Oh no. Oh, lordy, lordy. I mean, I feel it's on the plus side. At least you got the place to yourself. Okie dokie Lokies. So I tell you what, friends. I think we've hit upon a solid amount of good banter, and I do want to get the schedule for the rest of the week posted. So it looks like we'll be jumping on the new hotness tomorrow with a spot of Cultist Simulator. But then we have a Sea of Thieves on Friday, and again, friends, if you want to join in on Cypher, basically Cypher is a cryptography puzzle game. Ems is going to be joining me on the line as we crack through it. But if any of you want to play along or like have a crack at it yourself, I've been saving this as kind of like a sort of a group play. So you are all cordially invited to join. Look, Hookshot, 1, it's not a cult, but I was gifted a copy of Cultist Simulator, and it does allow for people watching to become little creatures, little animals in the world. So basically, you'll be able to get in on it. Oh, sorry, not Cultist Simulator. Cult of the Lamb. I'm so sorry. Yeah, Cultist Simulator can get fucked. And the guy who made that, the guy who was head of that studio is a rancid piece of, like, bad word. I was going to say some nasty things then, and I didn't. I'm so sorry, friends. That's Cult of the Lamb. Alright. Maybe I'm still not fully recovered. I might not be batting for 100. Yeah, no. Fake Cultist Simulator, we are absolutely not supporting that. And I am caffeinated, so it's fine. Also, you're only one of 2 people who's ever mentioned the Coffee Commandos, which is basically you and Fearless. It's like, guess who grew up in the Seattle region? But no, this has been a really lovely day, and like, I think this is a good place to bring our adventures to a close for today. You all have been super lovely, and thank you again to the nameless benefactor who threw in money so that we could get healing food yesterday. I got a huge thing of Hawaiian, the Kaluran cabbage. So good, so good. Possibly a larger portion of my my healing powers. And everybody that's chucked in stuff, like seriously. Oh, now you're in, Aperios. I'm so sorry I yelled at you whilst you were looking after your other half in the hospital. Feel like a jerk. Well, I'm glad that I did blep at yous. Hopefully the stuff and things will come to fruition. It's almost like I know what I'm doing. Sorry, here I am going, here I am careening all over the place. Okay, so, schedule will be up in just a bit, so that'll be my next little task for the day. And, yeah, tomorrow we get to try some Twitch integration flavored nonsense. I'm gonna have to spend the entire day just yelling "It's not a cult" while playing Cult of the Lamb. Hooray. Anyway, no, seriously, all of you, thank you so much. And, like, thank you for all that you do and all that you throw in. You know? You all gave me money so I could buy food when I'm sick. That's a big fucking deal. You know that, right? So, yeah. Thank you. And to that end, let me say thank you to the following peeps. Where? I'm just saying thank yous.
We're staring at you. Being weird.
Yeah, the worst time. I'm trying to genuinely thank the people that keep us the fuck alive. You've had 4 hours and 20 minutes to be weird live. Okay, just before credits. Little big man, come to say hello. You should have your own children's book. We played a cutie patootie little. Oh my boy. Oh. What? It's got. Just smelly nug.
Smelly nug? You're like, oh.
Meowkity Sakura says hello. And yes, that is Perun. Possibly the shadow ruler of the entire household. I think we still got Parsley. You know what? I'm going to spoil those little fuckers after this. Perio says, what if Cuban food at meetup? Is Gameworks not serving food? You know what? To be continued. To be continued. Right. But no, seriously, friends. Thank you all so much for continuing to keep us going. I know things are very weird and very quiet and very strange right now. And it doesn't help that my dumbass went downhill and I hit a lot of things. But for whatever reason, you lot decided to keep us going. And I can't say enough thank yous for that. Specifically, I would like to thank the following people. Professor Farnsworth, Cerebral, or Uncle T, Kaibull and Bacon Avenger and Wolfcrat and Rilu and Vanderbeast, Eraman and Quasimoto, Shackle Draconis and J-Post and Pun Spectre, Fire Straker and Asare Green Fire. That's 2 fires for the price of 1. Apparently I've gone into Matt Berry voice. But no, seriously, thank you all. That bit's the biggest thing. Your moderator today was Lizzie. I thought we saw Moose. Our followers today being Bagel Teeth and Maxim Nicola. Thank you kindly for the follows. And to Hindle, Megaboss, Baron Ransack, Von Joy, and Kymble, and get to the boat and feel a sun. Once again, a sun in green fire. The utterly adorable Drifter. Chill Factor Prime, Ezekiel Dev, View from the Box, Jupiter, the Crystallion, Soviet Muscati, Galati, Heaven Caller. My favourite summon in Final Fantasy. Plunge! Lord Lost and Found, the British Beaver, and XD Johnny XP. Like, seriously, thank you all. And I know a lot of you were tagged by some serious housecarl hunting by Megaboss, but the rest of you, like, what was massive sprees? Just had to get one cheeky last shot in AJ post. No, but seriously, thank you. Yeah, Perios, enjoy that concept. Teeth flower bagel. Oh. Cool. Wonderful. Alright. Friends, I am going to... Okay. The call of stuff and things is loud. So, dear friends, I will see you tomorrow, and thank you for bearing with me when I've been a sick potato. To be continued, friends. To be continued.